Hope everyone is having a very good day. I'm back down in paradise. I am back from my secret mountain base, and it's nice to have a large screen monitor, or a fairly large screen, not super big, but bigger than my laptop. So let's take a look at what's going on. Well, we are, of course, playing the Ludendorff Offensive DLC, and it has been we have been doing well. I wonder if the people over my Discord will show up. Maybe I should make an announcement. Let's do that. Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Let's continue here. Okay, so man, you can see this so much better here. I don't know I think the video quality for you guys is about the same, but man, it is nice. Okay, here we want to remove this. Elizabeth. Yes, hello, Elizabeth. How you doing? You know, it's interesting. Don't want to call out any names, and hey, there's a lot of fun stuff goes on the Discord server. Sometimes with me, but as much as, or more often, just amongst the fellow wargamers and history buffs and whatnot. You know, the end of World War II, I'm sure most of you know this. The French got from the British, basically, the British had them completed, some Panther tanks. Now, my understanding is that even before the war is over, the French are, I don't know if they're completing any properly, maybe a few, but the ARL 44, which is, and Extreme Finger, otherwise known as Jan, hello, which is a rather mixed French design of pre-war French elements like the track style and others, and late war design concepts. And France is, going through an identity crisis, having just before World War II starts, France sees itself, and the world sees France, basically, as the great military power on the planet. That's how they see themselves. They've won the First World War. At least that's what they think. And I mean it that way. They think they've won. They've survived. Okay, that's sort of how I mean it. I mean, they took a lot of casualties, obviously. I think both the biggest number and percent of casualty in percent of population casualties in the Western powers of such, there. So they've had, and hello Leshy, so that they've had, a major role in it. They feel that, there's, like we can see here, a little bit of Belgium still being fought over, but mostly this is being fought in France. This is the main theater that matters, though I would argue it's about equally as important is the Eastern Front. Now, it's this. We can talk about how this may be a bit. There's more effort put here in the Western Front. That's for sure. But the Eastern Front matters. Now we can talk about the Italian Front or the Greek Front, if you will, down in the Balkans, or we can talk about the the Ottoman Front, down with Lawrence of Arabia and Kitchener. I think it's Kitchener. Um, down in the Sinai. So we can talk about these other fronts that definitely the Panthers were part of occupation force. They were absolutely. The Panthers, my understanding, the Panthers that the French had, now I don't know if it's 100% of them, but most of them, is again my understanding, were parts tanks that the British captured one of the factories that were making them, and there were a bunch of semi-completed Panthers, and the British had, commissioned them, paid for them, whatever, to be completed, and most of those go to the French. And I say it that way is because I have an inkling that the British and or the Americans may have taken one or two for testing samples, but I'm not sure on that. And yeah, it's a shame that they weren't kept for historical purposes. But I think to a point, and this is sort of what I'm talking about, is the French trauma. They do have huge casualty levels in the First World War. They see it as they've won the war. I would say it's more survive the war, meaning yeah, they did get a little of Alsace-Lorraine and additional territories down here, but they're not like conquering nations. And I know conquering has gone out of style in the modern world and whatnot. Yeah, I know. Putin's back and doing it, but it's not really out of style, I guess is sort of my point. Hello, Marcus Johansson. How you doing? Is it just me, or have you played this one? Yes, I have played this once before. I sort of got started and have continued playing it again because I've just been enjoying it. Partially because I wanted to talk. I'm playing this because I wanted to talk about World War I, and I really love these scenarios. I like, and I think one of the best strategic command games on the grand scale, if not the best on the grand scale, the whole war, is the World War I game. But I really think they've done an outstanding job playing the. Why not play the Allies? I'm actually considering that. I don't know if people want to watch. Once I get done with this, I want to complete this and see about playing the Ally side. Why? I mean, that's now that I've done the Germans twice, yes. But this is fun always. How could they win? Isn't it? Yes. And to me, the challenge is with a lot of war games. I have played the U.S. In Hearts of Iron and such, but to me, the challenge is historically, what if could Germany win World War II? We already know how the U.S. can win World War II because we could just follow the roadmap, if you will. But yeah, I understand you're getting a bit tired of it, but it's the challenge. that how I see it. But back a bit more to my discussion. So sometimes you have winners and losers in a war. Sometimes you have winners and survivors. And surviving is a type of winning, but it isn't necessarily like, I guess to a point it would have been just better for the French to negotiate a peace 2 or 3 years earlier. Now, France doesn't do that, so the war continues, and it's concluded. France believes it's won, and it builds an army. France is near bankrupt, or basically is bankrupt, but it builds an army to fight World War I. And as designed, not necessarily as motivated, but as designed, it's probably the greatest army to fight World War I. Unfortunately, it fights World War II next, and it's a completely different warfare. So the French people are traumatized, again, like starting in World War I, and then starting in World War II, that they think that they're at the top of the heap militarily. Now, if we're looking at stats, statistics, how many tanks, how many artillery pieces, how many machine guns, how many aircraft that are modern, etc., etc., the Soviets win. Okay, the Soviets, but nobody knows this. Even the Soviets, I mean, yeah, there's a few people that know this, but it's kept secret even from the general population, just how big and whatnot the Soviet army is. And so, yeah, of course, the Soviet high command knows how big its army is, but it's kept secret from, the general soldiers, the general people that are maintaining the system. So, and of course, Germany's military that has been built post World War II is a much better military because it has two main factors that make it so much better than the French. One is something of an intangible factor, and it is motivation. And that's a clear element of warfare. You should check out a game called On the Western Front. Okay. Thanks, Marcus. And so, yeah, it's, motivation is a huge factor in warfare. Get them up, the artillery up to the front to be able to pound these guys. And you can sometimes tell this beforehand as to who has the more will to fight than the others. The other factor is communications. The German army of 1940 is set up to communicate with each other. So, and the French army is not. And that is something that is tangible in that we can look at radios and organization. I like this tool. I've only recently found out about this tool. If you can hover over and see what units can currently be reinforced, with whether it's because they have not. Yeah, We'll go with that. Or could they move so they can't? Or operated or done something like that, or just low supply levels. We're about ready to give the Allies their turn. I say about because we're going to come here and look at purchasing. If there's anything to do there. Okay, no. And research. I think we're researching wherever we can, so that. The French is tunnel vision with World War II surrendering. They won tons of wars over history. Yes, well, France has, of course, won tons of wars. France, a lot of bad things could have been evicted if Germany won World War I, or if the Allies had negotiated peace with the Central Powers. Avoided, I think. Yes. Yes. A negotiated peace. I don't know that had Germany won World War I in one of two factors. One, if Germany had won after an exhausting war, I think you would have sort of not as crazy and weird as the what's the big mod for Hearts of Iron 4? Kaiserreich. It's the I call it the weird and wacky world of Kaiserreich. Yeah, it is weird and it is wacky. But it would have been just the reverse. Germany would have come out on top, but it would have been exhausted. It would have been feeling great about itself, but not with a solid core because there wouldn't be the motivating factor that it had. And so it would have been setting things up, but just sort of in the reverse, because one of the ways Germany would have done to win World War I after a long exhausting war would have been to trigger the Soviet or the Russian Revolution and create the Soviets, so they would be creating their own enemies to fight in the next war. Now, if it won in a dramatic early fashion, taking Paris with the Schlieffen Plan, the question would have been, would Germany / Austria and crew demand too much? Or would they have settled for taking, Poland or whatever, or setting Poland up as a puppet state from Russia, maybe adjusting the border here and there with France and Belgium, but not seriously? Would Austria have just been able to maybe incorporate Serbia into its territories as well as some of the other parts of the Balkans? Ottoman Empire wouldn't have even been in the war yet had that happened. So, would it have just been a border adjustment, shall we say, with only some minor countries being severely taxed of, post-war situations? Then maybe it would have been a good world. Because the German Kaisers and whatnot, they were in step with the rest of the world. They weren't, like the National Socialists trying to destroy everything around them. Because that's what the National Socialists were trying to do. They were even trying to destroy Germany and rebuild it and destroy the current, not just the Weimar Germany that people didn't like, but traditional Germany, and recreate it as some sort of mythical past Germany that never really existed. Yes, Kaiserreich is goofy. It's a goofy, fun thing, and I sort of like it in that it to a degree holds together in their thing. So, yeah. Now, a negotiated peace, ending World War I in, say, 1916. that would have done the world good, in my opinion. It would not have exhausted France. Would not have well, I don't know, Russia maybe, but and preferably without, sparking a Russian revolution. So, yeah, that probably would have done the world good. You probably would have seen reforms. I mean, an attempted revolution or revolt in Russia, but probably the system wouldn't have collapsed enough that you would see revolts, but lots of reforms instead of having Stalin and crew take over. You would have seen probably reforms in Germany. You would see less chaos in France. America wouldn't have come into the war. Yeah, it would have been a decent world. Let's see, round two might have been inevitable because someone had to lose and someone had to do it better. Nuclear weapons would have been a deterrence for large scale. Okay, now nuclear weapons. A few years ago now, I've readjusted my idea of how far Germany was along in getting nuclear weapons. Mostly, I completely dismissed it because looking at the American nuclear weapon program is huge. I think the German nuclear weapon program is larger than commonly understood. Not that it was huge, but it was larger. I don't know how. I don't think they were. I still don't think they were close to having a bomb. Without World War II happening, I honestly don't see any of the nations, and we're presuming no National Socialists in power. Even if the Soviet Union is created, they're technologically backwards. The only reason the Soviets get nuclear weapons when they do is because of whatever research they may have gotten from the Germans, and they may have gotten some, and the Rosenbergs, and maybe some others, leaking large amounts of technology to the Soviets. Without that, and they also need to see the examples of America using and having the nuclear weapons themselves to motivate them and know that it's possible. But then getting all that technical data, without that technical data, they still, I do believe, would have been able to achieve it. It just would have taken years and years longer. But I don't see the nations, any of them, without World War II happening sort of like it did, that would motivate nations enough to actually go through the program of making nuclear weapons. I think it would have been more of a Japan situation. Oh, hey, yeah, somebody had this idea that based off of this could sort of happen, and well, let's have a few scientists look at it and study the issue. And that could dribble on for years and years and years and years, decades, because there's no motivating factor to spend the money, to spend the resources on something that may not even, to their mind, may not even be physically possible. So yes. Now you say World War I is a pointless war. Peace as early as what? Yeah. Well, it isn't pointless in the sense of why it started. I fully blame Serbia for the assassination of the Archduke Ferdinand. That is the oh, can we? Yes. Okay, we want to move you to the railway system, and you don't. Good thing. because that way we can now move that division somewhere and leave the brigade behind. Better good warfare is what gets us technologically advanced, Hitler says, with Wunderwaffe resulted in. Yeah, warfare is a concentrator of effort, and at times technological effort. But I would also say, and I've had those thoughts myself, but we can see a huge amount of technological advance in the 19th century. And much of it is not heavily focused for warfare or even for the military. And we can see a lot of this going on in Britain and in the US, which both nations, yes, the Americans have the Civil War, but that really doesn't push technology much in America. And Britain in the 19th century, we can say, is at peace. Yeah, I know it fights the Crimean War, blah, blah. Again, that doesn't push much. And yes, there's colonial conflicts out there. But, and, Britain's main focus in the 19th century is its navy. And I'm sure that is pushing some of the technology. But there's just so much other technological advancement, including really heavily in chemistry. I would say, we even have dynamite being developed, and I don't think that was significantly. I think this is a time for this attack. Okay, let's a bit more than I thought it was, but okay. Try to weaken that when and where we can. See, normally I have not been playing like this, is going after divisions, because just what happened here, we lost 3, 1, and 4 points. So that's 8 points. Now we killed 9, but we'll see what happens with this unit in that it does have secondary supply here, but we have cut all the rail links out of it. So I don't know how good of supply this is. And so the last 100 years, humanity has been innovating a ton. Now it's stagnation again. Yeah. And you're right about that, Elizabeth. And I've been sort of watching some stuff. And there are two or three reasons, and one of them is going back to war, of why the stagnation. We've had largely stagnation since the 1970s. And you may go, oh, but computers and the internet, etc. Yes. But a lot of that basic technology that we use in the computers was developed in the late 1970s, early 1980s, maybe would be more correct. We've just iterated on it. We've just, incrementally built it a bit better. Oh, well, here's what we're going to do here now. We're going to do this. Fully kill this unit. There we go. Unit dead. So we've, like I say, we've iterated on the technology, made improvements to it, but without a lot of new stuff. Now, several things have happened since the 1980s. One thing could be we've just plateaued. We've gotten to the level of technology, not that we're not going to incrementally move it up a little bit here and there, faster computer speeds, etc., etc. But maybe we've plateaued until we make another major breakthrough. But there's two other factors that are going on. The first, I will say, is that there's one last country that's significant, and it's about ready to lose its technological development, that is developing technology, and that is the United States. The rest of the world, and particularly Europe, because Europe had been an innovator, has over-regulated itself. Europe is regulating itself out of the technological development capabilities. It's a mix of the EU, which is a highly, highly regulatory system. It's designed to regulate. And when you have things that are designed to regulate, and you see this with anything, including stuff in America, they continue to regulate more and more and more. They don't see a reason to slow down, limit, or even reverse regulatory levels, because regulations are good to regulators. It's just that. Hello, MMDB. And two, the Cold War is over. So again, the motivating factor of putting a lot of resources into something, whether it is government paid for, or say tax credits from the government, meaning giving benefits to companies to do things without necessarily, because it sort of, kind of, in a way, costs the country to give tax benefits, because presumably they would be getting in the tax money, but not necessarily, because you give tax benefits, reduced tax levels to a company. But sometimes you very well can end up, if not in that first year or 2 or 3 years, you end up actually getting more taxes because the business grows bigger, faster, and is able to, even if at a lower level of taxing, meaning paying only 10% in tax instead of paying 20% in tax, but actually they end up giving more money to the government because they're doing more business. And so, yeah, we have plateaued, and we are now falling behind, because if we had looked around in the 1980s, no one would have thought we wouldn't still have a faster than the speed of sound commercial jet. The Concorde is now a museum piece, and it should be, because the Concorde is old technology in the physical structure sense of the aircraft. But we no longer, and I know it hurt Concorde that America did not let it fly over the United States faster than the speed of sound because of sonic booms. It did fly to the U.S., but it would just go to the East Coast and then, slow down once it got near the U.S. a bit. Now, I don't know. I was definitely in Europe, in London, when Concorde was, generally flying. I don't know if specifically flying over London or Paris when I was specifically there, but I don't remember hearing a lot of sonic booms. So I suspect that was used as a public motivate the public factor. Now, maybe it happened enough that I just wasn't near enough to it that it was annoying enough, but I don't know. And the Concorde doesn't necessarily make sense for flights between Paris and Berlin, or Paris and London, or Paris and Rome. Sure, it might get there a bit quicker than a bigger Airbus or Boeing jet or something, but it gets there pretty damn quick still. And those airplanes being bigger can more fuel efficiency levels move more people. And you go, oh yeah, but the rich people who can afford to pay for it can get to wherever faster. True, but there's probably just not enough of them, and they'll just take private jets anyways. So, but Concorde, where it makes sense, or the concept of it, faster than the speed of sound jets, are things like transatlantic and trans-Pacific flights, or going down to the Gulf states, down in the Arab-rich oil states or wherever. Now you may need to build a Concorde that has greater fuel capacity. Um, so I'm not saying the exact Concorde planes, but the idea of faster than sound, or transcontinental in the U.S. or transcontinental in Europe. If you were going to have enough Paris to Moscow flights or something. So I suspect banning it flying over the U.S. was more to do with protecting the American airline industry than it had to do, and airlines, but airlines and aircraft industry, than it had to do with actual sonic booms. That I remember the controversy back then. So yeah. All right. Okay. Let's give the Entente their turn. German morale boosted by the capture of some place in France. Okay, we lose 6 MPP. I got more than enough. Some interceptors are working. Yeah, I know what you meant, 731. I don't know if he completed his book. I knew a guy who was working on a book about 731 years ago. I say it that way because I know he passed some years ago. Okay, we lost our position there. Okay, well, we need to try to push up. Whether that was a good push and just was we were gonna get pushed back out or not may very well be the case, but we do need to push. Yes, we lost a town, we lost a division, but we have more divisions coming. Okay, now I don't know that we have enough down here, but we have a bit of a traffic situation, meaning more units here right now doesn't necessarily mean more good. Just more traffic stuff. Hmm. We could use a couple more divisions to help close this. We could use some divisions in here, I think. I think, again, our ultimate objective is Paris. And gamer who has read through Sun Tzu several times, I know the main path to Paris isn't this. It's over here and up here to draw the enemy away. And then once they're drawn away and destroyed enough, then you push to Paris. But still, that is an issue. Now, we've lost a couple of units up here. So, including one just now down here in Albrecht. But we do have a fair number there. Let's put one up here. The other two divisions here. Now we have, again, some brigades, which we're going to continue to use the brigades to screen these forces. So we'll put one of them there. And we got a brigade there, brigade there, brigade there, and brigade there. We may be wanting to push around here a little bit. Brigade and brigade. Yeah, so sort of hold. They can move into here. I think down here is where we'll put that. Because we can replace a couple of these divisions here, maybe, with the brigade. And yeah, we'll put one out here. We may move that to brigades there. So yes. All right. Okay, we have 8 shells. Could go after these Belgians. But I think we want to go after that. Oh. I want to see what's back here. Sort of see what's here. Hey, Beam Slam. Yes, we have a cunning plan. Does this have any Ottoman scenarios? Well, it definitely includes the Ottomans as part of the overall thing. And I think there is a smaller DLC dealing with the Ottomans. I think it does. Just not absolutely sure on that. Okay, so what? You see, if we again push in here, I want to weaken these forces here. Weaken the shoulders of the push. There we go. That's what I'm talking about with smart attacks now. Down here we've got 4. Let's put a couple onto here. Okay, these guys have not attacked, so let's... I'm guessing there's a unit back here, so I'm not going there. But what I want to do here is come back, and they would still be entrenched. Okay, now this is only 8 units strong, but let's move up here. They should be able to do supporting attacks. My astute observation is the sleeping plan did not work the first time. Yeah, but they didn't follow the sleeping plan. I can say that part too. They were, Schlieffen, almost like it, or I don't know if it's apocryphal or real or something, but Schlieffen was, don't weaken, like some of his last words or something like that was, don't weaken the right, don't weaken the right flank, coming in. There's two elements. Well, I don't know that they keep the right as strong as they should, and originally, or the conceptually, Schlieffen and the Germans thought they could just march through Belgium, that Belgium would remain neutral, so they're not occupying Belgium in the sense of trying to conquer it or take it, but that they would get to march through and probably get to use the railway system to not too heavily impeded. But the Belgians objected. There had been definitely a history and tradition in Europe that minor neutral powers, you could march through their territories. Often they would have fortified cities that they would sit in, and particularly in places like Belgium, but other places as well, that they would, close the gates of the city and not let you in, but you could march around the territory, and they might send, diplomatic notes about please don't do these kind of things, but that they wouldn't militarily oppose you. And so that is part of, I think, why the Schlieffen Plan doesn't work. Could it have worked, or was it inevitable that everyone got dug in? No, and there really wasn't digging in until the front line stabilized. If you read, and I highly recommend you read it. Now, it's, of course, his viewpoint, justifying and seeing everything through his lens, but Infantry Attacks by Rommel, and it's not that big of a book. You can, and I've read it like at least 3 times. I used to keep it in my car as, I remember like waiting to get my new tires on my car or something, sitting in the waiting room reading it. It was just sort of like get somewhere and have some time to kill, pull that out and read it. Nowadays, I just listen to audiobooks, but for that type of thing. But yeah, you can see, and he talks about his first campaign as part of the Schlieffen Plan in the Low Countries down in here, wherever, I forget the details. There's no digging in. There's no even real, as I remember, any concept of that. There were like assault a group of farmhouses or something, and people, the enemy may be occupying those and stuff like that. But there was no concept of digging in. And definitely not anything like we see in World War I until the battlefield stagnates. There very well may be more concept of, digging in the MG08 or something on the hilltop. But there was a lot of concept of fluid of movement. These people were still coming out of the tradition of the Napoleonic Wars. Yeah, I should have shot at him with that artillery piece a bit. And well, let's see what we're doing here. Well, let's. Well, okay, so since that basically eliminates that, that allows one more shell to be fired here. Should have done it before, of course. You do the artillery bombardment before you send in anybody else. Okay, now, I just don't see good enough reason to occupy, because none of these units that are going to move in, these super weak, are going to be able to attack these two very vulnerable units back here. So they'll just simply move them back, maybe move in more forces if they have it available, and attack my troops that aren't entrenched. So I don't see a good reason to attack there. Now here we got 4 rounds. We're going to shoot here. How many rounds? With the big gun. We're going to reinforce these guys. Again, we're gutting their forces. Or a little loss on our side. Okay, I think getting dug in was going to happen with the Germans. The question always was, how far could they get? Yes, MNDB. There are 2 new factors, and they're not new, but they're new. 2 new factors to the war that had not been there before. And there are increased factors that had been there previously, but increase the effectiveness. One of the new factors, I don't know which one to say first. Okay, one of the new factors, and probably the newest factor, is barbed wire. Yes, it goes back to, I think it's somewhere in the 1880s. I think barbed wire is created for the first time and heavily used in the American West as fencing. I'm not sure. I'm just truly not sure if barbed wire was used in the Russo-Japanese War. This is why I'm saying new, but new, but not like 10 minutes old. It's been around for a while, but to my knowledge, there was no barbed wire used in the Franco-Prussian War. I may be wrong on that, but I don't think it was a significant thing if it was used. And what barbed wire does is slows up movement. Doesn't stop it. You don't get to put it out in front of you somewhere and it becomes an impenetrable barrier. It just slows you up. The other new factor is the machine gun. And the machine gun is Yeah, the Gatling gun has been around. It shows up in like 1864 or something in the Americas, and barely actually gets used as a weapon in the American Civil War, but it does. And particularly the British get to use the Gatling gun, and then the actual machine gun of the Maxim in its colonial wars. But and it's definitely a force multiplier, meaning few men get to kill a lot more men. But one thing I've read about, and it does affect this, is during the Russian Civil War, the whites, which often had the more severe ammunition problems, and that's a factor here, but it wasn't entirely. Uh, the whites, of course, there were lots of Cossack units on both sides, but the whites believed that if it was a cavalry unit, instead of dismounting and going against the enemy forces dismounted, it was better to charge in with swords, including straight in against machine guns. And they had, I think, the right of it. The correct answer is yes, is take your swords and charge the machine guns. Why? Well, if they did the old sort of crawling towards the machine guns, or, men getting up, running a few yards, dropping down, and other men getting up, sort of leapfrogging towards the machine guns, they were going to take a lot of casualties. Yes, some guys would be firing, although they often had like 5-10 rounds for their rifles. Some guys would be firing to keep the enemy's heads down, and maybe, shooting a machine gunner or two in the head, as they're looking over the machine gun. But they would take less casualties because a horse, if you guys don't know, can move very fast. And so even if you're going straight in at that machine gun and you've got a herd of cavalrymen coming at you, you're going to also take casualties in horses as well as humans, and not necessarily each take out both. You might just take out one or the other. And part of this is because the distances and the size of the battlefields are pretty big in Russia. So outside of an overly effective range of a machine gun, a cavalry, brigade, shall we say, or, several battalions or whatever, could mass charge a Russian position. Now, they would have some barbed wire around them, but it wasn't normally enough to stop the horses from getting in and amongst the enemy soldiers. And why use swords? Well, Mosley, no, Mosby, sorry. Mosley is the British Union, a fascist guy in Britain. Mosby. He was a Confederate raider. He believed and very much encouraged his people, or basically ordered his cavalrymen not to carry swords at all. He didn't, even as an officer. Pistols everywhere. And he's right. He has the right of it, I think. And then, well, why not the whites? Well, heavily because of ammunition shortages, but also and it's arguing the same point but coming to the exact opposite conclusions. And why do I sort of kind of see this? Well, Mosby's forces were Confederate raiders that were normally fairly small in number, carrying, revolver pistols that were, paper cartridge, slowly loaded. So they were probably a little more careful with their ammo and had a reasonable amount of it, and would come in and be able to carry 2 to 4 pistols a person, where the whites generally had 1 pistol. And again, generally very limited ammunition even overall. That when Mosby's troops coming in as a surprise raid, probably a little better to use pistols. For the Cossacks, one, they were trained from young age to use swords, where most southern farmers, etc., weren't that. Sure, the few gentlemen got saber training or whatever growing up, but that's, remarkably small percentage of the population. And when you're coming in, you're creating fear and whatnot, and the sword cuts can keep cutting and cutting and cutting, where you would run out of ammunition, as well as maybe shooting friendlies, because even more so with the smaller, higher velocity rounds coming out of, Mosin Nagant pistol, are more likely to over-penetrate and go into somebody behind them. And so if you're not careful, you're going to be shooting your own people, more so than the slower, bigger, soft lead bullets that will probably do more damage in the Confederate, in the Civil War era, but probably less likely to, not necessarily to exit the body, but exit the body and do severe damage to the next few people behind it. So in the chaos that you're seeing, probably swinging those swords around and mass numbers of, overcrowding of man and horses on top of the enemy, you're less likely to, again, give friendly damage. I was going to say friendly fire, but we're talking about not fire here. So coming in with the swords, and they would come in and do the attack again, because even the Reds, most positions didn't have enough barbed wire to even fully encircle. I'm talking like a village, fully encircle the village. They might all around the machine gun positions have some barbed wire, but the horses could jump it. The horses could get in there. The horses wouldn't necessarily realize it's barbed wire and go in and wreck their legs. But okay, you lose a few horses, but the rider comes in and wreck as in lose, because they're not gonna survive ultimately. Come in and saber up the machine gun crew. So that's going to work. And so machine guns are a new thing, but when you have enough barbed wire, you slow up movement enough that it lets the machine guns go to work and kill it. So it's the combination of the barbed wire and the machine gun together. And it really takes the two together to create what was happening in World War I. This is why you still see massive uses of barbed wire in World War II, but it's not as, for most of the battlefields where the battles take place, it's not as dense, it's not as static. You'll see, I presume there was barbed wire, I just don't right offhand know of it on the Maginot Line. I've definitely seen barbed wire on the West Wall, the German defenses. Definitely barbed wire on the Atlantic Wall defenses. Barbed wire put in front of positions in the war, but it's never enough. And they realize that to do all that effort in most cases is counterproductive, because tanks will just simply come in and come through it. So you've reopened up the battlefield, even though you've actually machine gunned the battlefield in World War II, but it's a much more fluid. So the tanks break the barbed wire. And so that's the two new factors, is barbed wire is able to be strung out in thick enough batches that slow the battlefield up enough that you're going from each soldier with his, trusty small camping entrenching tool that would just, in essence, dig a foxhole or dig a latrine, to using, and they both sides did use, full size, big shovels to build trench works with dugout barracks below grounds and all these, connecting trenches and, communication trenches and all that stuff, and multiple layers of this, is because of the machine gun and the barbed wire is slowing it up, the battlefield. It's the adding of the tanks as well as effectively adding aircraft that gets the battlefield into fluidity. Let's see. I think getting dug in is going to happen. Yes, we could get there. I think it was used by the Brits in the Boer War, if my memory serves me. So, okay. Hello, Sev82. How you doing? How goes the offending? I think you mean offensive. Goes well. Well, I don't know how much barbed wire was used in the battlefield of the Boer War. I don't know, because I don't think the Boers had barbed wire in any significant amount. One, and they were a raiding force. Two, I don't see how it would matter to the British to have barbed wire, because most of the critical battles, and it may have been used. I'm not saying it wasn't used, but I just don't recall it being used, because most of the battles that I remember reading about, the Boers are coming up. They're never close assaulting the enemy. They're never getting in at the enemy. They're staying out and using their rifle skills to pick off the enemy. Now, it was heavily used in an aspect of the Boer War, which was the camps. I believe the camps were no, we'll move to control the populace, and that was very much an aspect of that war. Okay, this guy can make the first attack with hopefully least damage amongst. Where do we attack? Yes. And it was naughty Brits. The camps were not in keeping, in my opinion, with proper British tradition. Well, again, I'm not going to occupy into there. Let's fire one shell there. Got these Portuguese. There we go. Now, reinforce. Let's move you in and entrench. go. So, where people starve to death on purpose. Um, that's my basic understanding. Um, or at least starved on purpose. I, I hate to think of it of the British, but it does definitely seem to be a situation where um, the British, and again, I'm not 100% certain on this. Now, I think some of the disease being spread was unintentional just because concentrations of humans breed disease. I think that is more the case, but I can't be certain of that. Um, it it is, in my opinion, both effective and legitimate practice in a counterinsurgency warfare situation to isolate the population from the guerrillas. The British did it very well, in my understanding, very humanely in the Malaya campaign, in when they uh, did a camp system for sure, but my understanding, everybody was well fed and whatnot. Um, it wasn't a sort of terror campaign or whatever. It was just a, you know, don't let the, well, maybe down here like that, counterflow deal. Don't let the gorillas have the food kind of situation. So yes, it got ugly. It got ugly. Okay. Let's look at supply. Okay, 1, 5 more for next. So let's move this brigade because it's not going to attack hard, but to cut off here. Let's remove the units here. Okay, this is not a secondary source of supply like this is Epinal. So by cutting here, we're going to cut their supplies coming up here severely. We'll see what the AI's reaction is to that. I want to reinforce. To here. I know you're not entrenched. We'll see what the AI's reaction to all this is. And if nothing else, this is something of a victory here that they have all these forces here, because it means they're not somewhere else. Just 2 chills. Well, they just shattered. They need reinforcements. They need it too. The reason I'm moving up and not doing my usual move up and entrench is because I'm seeing that the French do not have enough forces around here. And there are other forces, these 3 and them. Yes, they can artillery attack, but they are not going to be heavy infantry attacking me. So their reaction to my forces will be weak. At least that's how I'm anticipating this push here. Here we've got and let's see if I do this, because that's entrenched, and these guys can now entrench. Good. I think that's the way I want to do so. So these guys are entrenched. We've cut off most of their supply lines through here. What's the surface area of the hex supposed to be? I don't know. Well, get the idea. Here's France, or here's Paris. Here's Versailles, which is outside of Paris. So you have the Paris metropolitan area as, 2 hexes by 2 hexes with this. Oh, this is Versailles out here. So 4 hexes for Paris. Most cities a single hex. So sorry, I don't have a good Googled it, and it seems it was the first time concentration camps were used for the whole population of people. Yes. That's where the term concentration camp comes from. Is from the Boer War and the British. Oh yeah, and it's the first goes to the Spanish. Well, I mean, we could talk about the Caesar's envelopment of Alesia. Is that a concentration camp? I mean, it was a fortified city that he, circumvelops with walls. Yeah, we can talk about back in the mists of time, but we're trying to talk where the term comes from and trying to talk about it as a large percentage of the population, if not, complete, is definitely the Boer War. Yeah. Oh, yes. Mix of siege. Yeah. Caesar's case. Yes. So yeah, it's not something that is unheard of. but shall we say its scale and type of situation, it really is the Boer War that gets it kicked off here. We're going to go back to this here. I think. Well, no. Let me see about moving up a few more of these forces. Oh, here. Okay. Yes. Yeah, we have a time schedule. Let's fire 3 rounds. That's what we have here. Well, we're going to move back into our entrenchments, and these guys are going to come up and entrench. Rotate the entrenchments. Hello, Ninja Shark Edits. How you doing? Yes, we are playing Germany in the Ludendorff Offensive of 1918. 5 shells. Do we use them here? I guess the answer is we're using these 3 of them. Was not as effective as I had hoped. We're just going to retreat right back after that damaging raid on their artillery. I didn't really want to stay here because we get hammered by a lot of forces. But by doing that to the artillery, it will cost them a lot. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go grab a Coke so I can keep talking. So hang loose just for a moment. Ah, Sev is getting coffee. Yes. I don't drink coffee. My sort of caffeine intake is Coca-Cola or sometimes Pepsi. Okay, back to... Whoa, let's... Right. Let's move these guys Yes, to here would be fine. What we're going to do... And we could use... Let's see, where do we want to use him? Okay, general. Something of a general there. Something like that. Let's move him to here. And, oh, there, I think we're using Austrian points to move the Austrians. I think we're out. So, I want to keep him on the rail lines, but let's move him here. What we will be getting production 2 more Austrian divisions, so I'm thinking this is going to become more of an Austrian front here. And so we'll have the general there to keep that supplied. Yep, I'm crazy. I know it. All right. What other strategic type movements do we want to do as opposed to tactical? Well, I don't know so much. Okay. They go green, and when we go over them, if we can be able to reinforce at that point. See here we can get one more point, yes. Reinforce you. I like this tool. Here, I'm not planning on, I mean, yeah, there are a few. Okay, well, let's. And you, yes, you, we can move you to a more useful area, maybe. We now have this brigade here. Over strength is useful, but I mostly only do it for like artillery units because it's expensive. Anything we can. Oh, yes, we lost a division, so we can rebuild it. Oh shit, I fucked up. Okay, I really wish these settings would stay whatever that I last set them at. Okay, well. Yes, we lose 3 MPP. That's why I leave some rounds in the artillery, most cases, to disrupt the enemy. Not enough to disrupt that one as well. Yes, attack me down here. Please do so. Okay, we bombard the French capital. Got another division. Well, I think this sort of parasects us here. We can, well, yeah, put him on. If we want to, we got this rail link down and through to here. But we'd like to take that. Been meaning to ask, are you a history teacher or just happen to have read a lot of military history books? No, I'm not a teacher. See, I'm not a communist. So I'm not a teacher. I don't believe in communism. I think communism is evil. So yeah, nope, not a teacher. I do have a minor in history. My major was political science, which is sort of kind of history too, if you will. And that's what my degrees are in: a history major. I mean, a political science major and a history minor. I am, very well read, as you can sort of tell. Watch a lot of documentaries as well. Somewhat well traveled. I do consider myself a historian. No, I have not published any books. I say it that way is I do have a very thick notebook full of studies that I did. I did do a fair amount of original source research on, is where you get from my name, 1745, on the Jacobites and the Jacobite Rising of 1745 and stuff around that, but never, actually wrote the book, if you will. But was doing the research and full of notes and digging into stuff. So I've done that. So I consider myself a historian, but not a teacher and not a published writer. I guess what I do is talk history. I talk history here on YouTube, and instead of write it, I talk about history. So yeah, I consider myself sort of a YouTube historian. Hey, folk, how you doing? Here in California, just a state university, nowhere terribly prestigious, but yeah. Belief in communism is a prerequisite for teaching. Well, do you know of a modern current teacher that is not is not a communist? I'm afraid I don't. And most Western, I'm trying to, how to phrase this. Most Western social, political, historical thinkers are Marxists. And political leaders are Marxists. Most are. And I'm talking about the Republican Party of America are Marxists. I don't know, because I know a few of you are older. And then some of you that are older, I know that you're from places in Europe, so you don't necessarily get all of American culture. But there's this movie called The Maltese Falcon, made in late 1930s, but made in the 1930s, starring Humphrey Bogart. If you've seen it, if you haven't seen it, you should. It's a great, great movie. It's black and white, yes, but it's a great, great movie. And in it, the fat man, Gutman, says words to this effect. To them, referring to the knights, and particularly the Hospitallers. I think they were the Hospitallers. The Crusades were largely about loot or plunder or whatever. So even in this movie in the 1930s, they're making the Crusades and the people who went on the Crusades about economics. That's just wrong. It is wrong, wrong, wrong. It was about religion. But Marx has infected. Now, there's communism and there's Marx, okay? Marx is a person, and he's a historian, and he gets all of his conclusions, not necessarily historical fact here, historical fact there. Those may be entirely correct. But all of Marx's conclusions are 100% wrong. He is wrong, so is Malthus. Malthus is wrong, wrong, wrong as well. So the Western left is Malthusian. And I've seen it since the 70s. I couldn't have named it as Malthusian. It's the green movement. We're consuming too much, too much, too much, too much, too much. No, we're not. We're not even consuming a quarter of what we should be consuming. Consume more, people. You don't necessarily get fat like Americans, but consume more. It is not about consuming less. It is consume more energy, more things, develop, build. Malthus was wrong. Malthus believed, that by now the planet was going to be running out of food and people were going to be fighting over food. Hell, we could feed 10 times the population. The only reason there's starvation is because they want to starve. People want to starve. Now you go, what? No, they don't want to starve. Yes, they do. Just think. And I know, hello, General Sorrow, and out there, maybe math and science teachers are moderates, yes. But, just think, and I know some of you are out there, Germans, hi, some good friends, but millions of Germans wanted to be bombed, okay? They wanted to be bombed. Why the hell? You got a nice city here. Yeah, please bomb us. Okay. Now, no. The Germans didn't go, yes. Well, today, sir, what would you like? Oh, yes, I want my house firebombed. No. They voted for Hitler and they supported Hitler's war, and that meant they got bombed. Okay? Well, the people in the third world, we have dumped, the West, have dumped so much money in Haiti that they could all have that part of that island could have modern infrastructure. They could have plenty of food. They could be living in relatively good housing, maybe not as nice as high-end beachfront homes here in America, but they could all have decent homes, decent clothes for all the fucking money that we have dumped into Haiti, and they steal it all. They live in a society, they agree to have a society that they starve, they eat mud, because they put a little bit of flour and some other stuff in the mud that they dig up, and they eat mud. They fucking eat dirt. So they choose to starve. Now, they may not know any better, but that's what their society is like. Well, same in like Somalia and other times. Oh, well, back we are the world, and there was a famine and a drought, and so they're starving in Somalia. Yeah, but they fucking went along with people and their culture that the world was bringing trucks of food in, and they could steal the damn food from each other. So when the world shows up, hey, we're here to help. Fuck you. We're going to kill you and take everything we can from you. So this is why I say they choose to starve. They've chosen societies and the way of life that means that there's starvation. So Malthus is wrong. Marx is wrong. Yes, economics is a motivating factor in human behavior, but it is definitely not the primary factor. And at best, and I don't know how to rank all the factors, I haven't gone and done it. At best, it's in the top 5, probably more like the top 10 factors of motivation. We could have security, we can have religion, why to go to war, kind of things. Well, security. And you fear your neighbor, so you attack your neighbor before he attacks you. Or you believe you have the right way of living, and everyone else should live the way you think they should, whether that's religion or communism or whatever. These are motivating factors, much more important than economics. So Marx is wrong. Get there, a little sort of small, little larger than a pocketbook, but a sort of a small book that was a survey history of the 18th century that I bought, and it's probably still on my shelf somewhere. And about 3 or 4 chapters into it, I just gave up reading it because it was and I don't know anything. I think I looked it up, but nothing overly stood up about the author. But it was an entirely a Marxist look, and I didn't get all, like I said, just a few chapters into it. Marxist look at the 18th century. And I don't know that the guy was a communist. Marxism, you don't have to be or upstream from economics, yes, folk. So yeah, there is, and so it was, it wasn't like Protestant versus Catholic conflicts or different, proto-nationalism or dynastic conflicts that were motivating the 18th century, which I think were. It was all economics and the economic factors of life. And so I gave up reading it because whatever historical facts that this, 50, 80 page small book that was going to give me a nice little, it wasn't a big thick tome. It was supposed to be a quick read. It was entirely a, Marxist historical viewpoint of history. And no, I wasn't going to do it. And so I had one historian professor who went to Harvard and Oxford in England. He was an American, but he went and studied in Oxford at some point in his life before coming here. And he was a traditionalist, very much so. And he stood out. He liked to wear his school ties, liked to wear his sort of, if you will, and this was back in the late 80s. Your sort of three-piece suit that you would picture a professor from back in the day wearing. And I really liked him. He was also just a fun personality. He would come out at times and eat lunch, on the college campus out where the other students were eating lunch. And so I would chat with him then, if you saw him, because obviously he's coming out to sit out there and chat with other people and not just eat in his office or whatever. So a chat with him at times, off, outside of the classroom and whatnot. So, I mean, I didn't get to know him any more than having lunch with him, I don't know, every other week, once every other week or something, because we didn't, different times. So I did get to know him as a bit of a friend compared to some of the other professors that I had. Not best buddies or anything, but yeah. And he was older, definitely, heading, I lost touch with him after, college, but definitely in his second half of his career of being a professor. But yeah, and that was back in the late 80s and early 90s. Nowadays, they've all got to be communist. And they may argue that point, but they will all believe or have deeply buried things, Let me ask you this question. And I know I've already sort of loaded it, and so you may skew, but I would really like you to answer this truly honestly. Is equality good? And before if Jan is around, well, how do you mean it? No, is equality a good thing? Equality, is it good? And the other option, is it bad? Just I'm asking, and you can go and there's nuances. Yes, I know there's nuances in life, but I'm talking about a general idea. Is equality good or bad? Now, you see, I have a Zeppelin here that is somewhat weak. I could bomb here, and I very well may still do that. But what I'm going to do is, and I believe these cavalry units not only move faster, but I think they have greater scouting range. And I wanted to see that because I did not want to be ambushed when I got here. But I'm going to move my tanks up. Okay, now that would be one factor. Right, so we can move here and we can entrench. And that is the way I want to entrench. Okay, equality in front of the law would be good, though it is a pipe dream. Whenever Western democracies and people most definitely are not equal, some people are just more intelligent, better looking, etc. Okay. That's Thev's viewpoint. Yes, but not forced equality. And I will give more explaining, and I sort of like the way, Sev or something is equality before the law. I mean, you qualify your answers, but I like to see here how okay, we only got 3 factors. Well, we're going to move here. He won't be dug in, but he'll be back from being attacked. At least, I mean, they can march out and attack me, but they won't be. You're going to come in and fill the gap that back left. You're going to move up a bit. I'm going to move you up here to keep supplies. If I don't get equality, if I don't get to qualify, I will say no. Okay, no. 100% equality does not exist. I'm not asking if it exists. Is it a good idea? Is it good? Is equality good? Because we all are different. 100%. Yeah. Well, in itself is neither good or bad. It was bad in ancient regime. So far, it has hindered meritocracy. Okay, well, that's most of you, I think, that are actively posting. If anybody else wants to post, please do so. Equality is bad. The value, having a values of a set of values, like honesty, integrity. If your value of equality, if you have that value, that is a bad thing. Equality is bad. We can criticize, and we can go around and criticize a lot. But if you will, the English or the Anglo-Saxon mantra or saying, and I'll give both of them: life, liberty, and property. That was John Locke, and I believe it's Jefferson who does life, liberty, and happiness. Where the French, in the French Revolution, as you can all, this is all, well, Locke was sort of late 17th century. Late 18th century was Jefferson, and his happiness is sort of property and whatever. But the French is liberté, égalité, fraternité. I believe that's the order. But liberty, equality, and brotherhood. Equality is wrong as a value system. Yes, it would be nice before the law that we were all equal, and to an extent, in a place like America, we are. But of course, richer people can hire better lawyers and spend more money on their defense cases. Of course, it isn't. But equality is a general value. Not a specific equality here, equality. No, it is wrong. It is bad. It is a bad value to have. And it's not just, somebody's a better athlete or somebody looks better, so they're going to be a Hollywood star and not you. Equality does not, and as mentioned, who mentioned meritocracy here? Folk itself is no, but equality, no, it is a bad thing. In that, but you mentioned a meritocracy is equality as a value, as a, and as you value something. It's, and now you're talking about, is there equality? Well, no, we're not equal. Like you, several of you point out, we're not equally strong or equally smart or whatever. But why should I live in the same size of home as somebody else? Why is that a measure in society that anybody would take? And I know some people talk about, and including some of the people that I do sort of respect, talk about, well, at times of high income inequality is when you get revolutions and whatnot. Well, maybe. That's an analytical fact, whether that's a fact or not. But why should Elon Musk having 25 or 50 private jets affect my life? Why is that a thing of value, an idea? Now, and so I personally have no concern about income inequality. Now, I do have concerns about, and I don't know, I think I've said this, and sometimes even more spontaneously, better. But I do have concerns about extreme poverty, because the poor will always be with us, in the sense that, because even in the Soviet Union, even wherever, you still have a pyramid. Now, it may not be an exact, what the angles and and it may not be exactly straight lines of a pyramid, but you always have some people at the top and you always have some people at the bottom. Okay, in that sense. And it may not always be pyramidal shape, but you know what I mean. And it may be a small number of poor people, and it may be a bloated center section. So it may be more of a diamond, or some sort of pentagon, with the middle class sort of spread out wide in the center, and a flat bottom at the bottom, and a pointy top at the top. So it may not always be a pyramid, but it'll always be something that you'll always be able to draw lines and say these people are poor. But if you've got things like a modern cell phone, even a smallish, cramped apartment, you're well fed, you're reasonably well clothed, and like I say, a cell phone or some sort of computer and some sort of TV or whatever. Once you got that sort of basic, I no longer care, that people, and so again, now I can only worry about, and again, we talked about, how much money we've dumped into places like Haiti. And I'm fine with charities, people voluntarily giving money to wherever or whatever. I am fine with that. Whether that's an effective, use of money or not, that's another thing. But yeah, people can do that. And so I am not going to lower I'm not going to say if I give money to charity or not, to try to sound like a virtuous person or not. Whether I do, it's my own business. Or don't, or whatever. But as a society, and as a member of the society, I am not going to worry about giving money or supporting other societies in a way that lowers my level of economic benefit, whether personally or societally. So I'm not going to go, well, there's starving people in Africa, so we must, as a society, give up whatever to send money to Africa. Those people, we had a plan to deal with the problem. It was called the British Empire, and a combination of exhaustion in World War I and World War II, enemies of the British Empire, I'm emphasizing that, being both the Soviet Union and the United States. The United States was conceptually against, the British Empire, including FDR, Truman, and Eisenhower. I mean, they weren't against, Australia or Canada or wherever, but the idea of an imperial power rubbed them the wrong way. Again, our American perceived internally anti-colonialism, even though obviously we colonized the continent here and continue to do so after our independence. And also the final factor is a sort of modern post-World War II guilt or something. I don't know. But we had a plan to better the world, and yes, where some empires were more exploitative. I mean, you can't have an empire or a world organizing force, whatever you want to call it, that's entirely altruistic, meaning not in any way benefiting yourself. So you have to, have mines or whatever, plantations or whatever in other parts of the world to make it economically feasible to have your betterment programs. But Britain definitely had a betterment program, and it wasn't a single program for everywhere. It was patchwork and hodgepodge, but yes, it existed. So by giving up, and I do believe neocolonialism is coming. It's always good to have Folk here. He's a smart guy. A neocolonialism in the name of the environment coming, but that's another issue. It's just going to be a neo-Marxist, not necessarily communist, but a neo-Marxist reason for conquering the world, to use the environment. But we had that. So I don't, income inequality on a global scale, I don't care about. It's income, and whether it affects your community or not, I'm talking about a particular community, whether that community is Japan or Belgium or what, it's not, just Belgium is a community, Albania is a community. I don't know how corrupt Belgium is as a society, but I know, and though I've never been there, I know Albania is very corrupt. Okay, so you can constantly pour resources into Albania, and even if some of the resources aren't money, but like actually building a road or building a power plant that actually gets built and run, yeah, you can improve Albania, but it's still a corrupt society. And so long as it's a corrupt society, it's never going to be Belgium. And Belgium may be somewhat, all societies are somewhat corrupt, but it may be more corrupt, Belgium, maybe, than I think, or whatever. But my brief visits there and hearing about it doesn't seem like a hotbed of corruption. So, yeah, and I'm using those two as two European nations. But because they're two different European nations that at least for now, are not one single United States of Europe or whatever, that it goes back to the people's choices, and part of it just their culture and the way they live. They're not going to be the same. So I don't lump all this, I have to sort of separate this out. And so inequality is a good thing. And it should be a thing. We should not all strive to be equal. Humans are naturally hierarchical. We are not levelers. We are not everyone wanting to be level. We are hierarchical. It gives us a reason to strive, to better ourselves. There's a lot of people, you may go, oh, but the father who worked 2 jobs to put his son or sons or whatever into college, he wouldn't have had to do that if everyone just got to go to college because we were all equal. Well, it gave him something, a meaning in life to strive for. I think in a way, modern society is hedonistic, even though it's often puritanical at the same time. Literally. It's about feels goods, while don't overly do things. The world needs to be improved, so don't fly on jets, don't take vacations, don't buy trinkets at the store, memorabilia from movies or whatever. It's both feels good as well as deny yourself. So it's both a weird sort of a puritanistic at the same time that it's hedonistic. And I'm using those terms somewhat loosely, somewhat inappropriately, but I think you get my meaning. And, a guilt trip on, the idea that, hey, I can go get, a cheap holiday to Mexico and down in the Mexican beaches, which are still reasonably safe because even the cartels skim a certain amount of money off, and they know if tourists start getting shot up at the tourist centers, it's bad for business. So if you stay around the tourist centers, I think is reasonably safe. Probably about as safe as walking around downtown New York, but that we can talk about that. So yeah, it's just so the idea of having equality or egalite or whatever, however you want to say it or pronounce it in your local languages, on the sides of your government buildings, like they do in France, is a negative, a bad value to have. Because we can talk about, and I'm not going to go there now, but the meaning of life. But like I say, having a father who works extra jobs, it gives him meaning to do so. It gives a purpose for a person to strive for something. And I think that, maybe more so in males than females, that's maybe a bit more for a sociologist who looks a little bit more into some of that stuff, the differences between men and women. But the idea of striving for something in your life it gives your life a meaning, even if it's just even if it was an unnecessary striving. And it could be just in hobbies, striving to build the best model railroad, and you're working at it hard, and it gives meaning. And it's maybe a meaningless thing because it's just a freaking model railroad that a few people get to admire and look at. It's not like world changing or whatever, but it gives you a meaning in your life to build and do something and be proud of it. And so, yes, and that means that somebody has a model railroad because they strive for it. Not everybody gets a model railroad. Let me check up what's going on my ranting here. Haiti is extreme corrupt. Yes, newer, or I think it means never send money there. The same was wrong with all the money sent to Afghanistan. Absolutely beam slam. I mean, we could talk about Afghanistan or whatever, how to fix it. Yes, thank you, folks. Yeah, I'm glad I'm making this a fun channel. Highly regulated hedonism. Yeah, and I don't necessarily, I mean, it can be sexual in the idea of hedonism, but hedonism also food, because I know people, I call them friends, not just vaguely know people, but friends. They're very hedonistic about food, and not maybe in the way you would think of as an Epicurean trying to, get the most lavish super cake or super French food. No, they're sort of hedonistic in the food of super organic and super healthy. And to them, instead of maybe how great it tastes, it's this perceived, it may be real, I'm not saying it isn't, but a perceived being better because it is more healthy than other food. And so they spend more money, spend more time going after this, super healthy food that they grow in their gardens, or they get from their friends' gardens and all this stuff. And isn't this so much better than just buying it at the grocery store? And they do have some really good points about, especially American. I don't necessarily want to talk about it because I don't know enough about it well, but some of the genetic engineering or attempts at at the plants, at the wheat, growing of the wheat and whatnot to make it bug resistant might actually be rather a negative thing, and I just don't have enough information. So I'm not saying these people are wrong in some of their concerns, but they have if you will, a hedonistic, and it's not like an overeating, because some of them particularly are pretty thin, and do sort of it's sort of health hedonism, if you will. They get off on trying to be super healthy, and as opposed to being moderately healthy, and that's their sort of hedonistic and kind of existence. And you can find hedonism, yes, it could be in gluttony or overconsumption of food or whatever, but you can find different types of hedonism, if you will, and that's very much so. And yes, narcissistic. Now, you say narcissistic generation. One of the people I'm talking about, she's over 90 years old. Still in very good health. I mean, I texted her just a couple days ago, and I saw her 3 or 4 weeks ago. I mean, I don't see her all the time, but I definitely see her. Much older than I am, actually. But yes, if equality was natural, gazelles would eat lions too. Well, yeah, that's a little bit of a overly done there because we're talking about equality amongst humans, not equality amongst uh, humans and birds and reptiles and things that are very different. Afghanistan was great for China. They got all the military gear. Yeah. Then again, even with the info, they fail to try to go to Taiwan. Oh, well, maybe I need to get a new. Well, Arno isn't around because he's been injured, but yes. Got another bot over on Twitch. Well, okay. My understanding is the United States Navy is supreme in the ocean. We can talk about some very silent German submarines. And the Germans are probably about the best, I think, at building silent submarines, which means sort of undetectable. America is very close. Now, America, because our submarines are global and not regional, meaning they're nuclear, they're not quite as able to be as quiet as a pure electric engine. And we can't turn off our nuclear reactors, as to go run silent. But outside of that, the U.S. is supreme at sea, as far as I can tell. My understanding is, and I heard the name once, and I could go back and try to dig it up, but the U.S. has an anti-ship missile that is undetectable until it impacts your ship. And we have some very good short, medium, and long-range anti-air missiles for our Navy now, both surface-launched and air-launched in those cases. And so that we can protect our ships against, now the Houthis have been using Iranian drones and whatnot, and it may not be as good as the Ukrainian drones that sunk the, Moskva and other Black Sea Fleet ships, but they've been trying to sink, particularly in the Red Sea, American naval vessels, and they have not even really come close. I mean, even to hitting them, not let alone sinking them. Yeah, sink a few commercial ships out there that aren't protected, sure, but get anywhere near American vessels. We, the United States, are supreme at sea. Now, the only problem that I can detect, again, I'm not, knowing all the secret information or anything like that, is a limited number of holes or assets, however you want to say it. And America is actually, and had been planning on building down even more before building up. Let our fleets get smaller and smaller. Use that as a money-saving device to then, because we have to build new to replace at some point, but build new and a much better vessels. But China is acting up, is sort of putting a spoke in that, putting a stick in the spokes of that wheel of a plan that is a problem. The only real problem with the American Navy is it's not big enough to be everywhere at once. If it's all stuck around the Middle East and the Eastern Mediterranean, watching Russia and watching, Iran, well, then maybe China can go after Taiwan. But if you follow some of the deployments, we have been having a lot of assets in the Western Pacific recently, in the last 6 months. But if we are there in the Western Pacific, I think the U.S. could make sure that not a single vessel makes it across the Taiwan Straits. I think the Chinese Navy is just simply a lot of targets. Even though it's big, Not that they can even get it, even half of it out at sea at any one time. Those are all issues, manpower issues, maintenance issues, and all that kind of stuff for all of their shipbuilding. But to me, it is they are just, from the American perspective, are just a series of targets. Again, if the U.S. Navy is not there, wherever there is, then other groups can run rampant, whether it's the Chinese, the Houthi, the Iranians, the Russians, the French, whoever. They can do whatever the hell they feel like. But if the U.S. can show up, and it has to be more than just like one destroyer. It has to be, a task force to be effective, because one destroyer could shoot down a bunch of incoming targets on it, but eventually they'd be overwhelmed by Exocet missiles or whatever the equivalent would be, because they just run out of ammunition at some point. So it needs an overlapping, coordinated capabilities. But so long as it's that, America is supreme at sea, and it would take literally trying to nuke the fleet and just getting nukes just close enough to do damage, and setting them off to do that, and overwhelming it to take it out. And so, yes, there are nukes. Yes, it can be done, but it ain't going to happen likely anytime soon. It was the Swedish sub that killed the carrier. Yeah, I know in some of the exercises, the Moskva was a sea-skimming missile. Okay, yeah, the Moskva, but there's also been some other drone attacks and whatnot that are been both floating and aircraft, flying, of the Ukrainian make too. Yes, the Moskva was having some issues with it. Yes, but I personally believe, again, I haven't talked to the Houthis themselves or anything like that, but I believe the real reason for all of the Houthi anti-shipping stuff was because Iran wanted to test the weapons, because Iran had during at least the initial few month or two or whatever of the attacks, Iran had a freighter doing figure eights, literally doing figure eights in the southern Red Sea, and no commercial freighter does that. That it was, Iranian Red Guards intelligence gathering, figuring out who the ships were around it, doing the quick research as to who owned them, and then sending targeting information to the shore facilities that were launching the attacks. I know that particular ship went home at some point. I don't know if it was replaced by others, but I think to a point, Iran has realized that they're not sinking any, because they wanted to know if they could sink. I believe they wanted to know if they could sink an American carrier or two. And I think the answer has come back, nope. And so the Houthis are trying seemingly more and more low-tech type attacks. Some of the, like I saw actual video of what was a motorboat that had some dummies in it that was coming after a freighter. And you could even see how, because they're looking at a camera, and it was being driven by, you could tell it was being driven by somebody who was looking through a camera. So it was coming at the freighter, but then it'd have to change course because the freighter's moving. So it's like going straight for the freighter, and so as if you were looking through a video camera, and you're going, oh, there's the freighter, so we're going to go towards the freighter. But it had to keep, and I know you're not seeing my hands move, had to keep adjusting course because the freighter was moving along, as opposed to having a course that you would, if you were on board the fast boat, you wouldn't go towards the freighter. You would go towards an intercepting course that would meet up with the freighter, if you know what I mean. So you go where the freighter will be in 20 minutes or whatever the time would be. So you could tell it was a narrow focus, relatively speaking, targeting, and not a good boat handler on a boat. And I think the guys in the video were speaking Russian. Could be Ukrainian, but I think Russian, and they were using FALs, the FNFALs, the FALs, and they shot it up and detonated the boat before it got to the freighter, but it's still a blast wave hit over and broke some windows on the bridge of the freighter. So it was mercenaries that were protecting that freighter coming through the Red Sea. And that was, a low, it was just finding a local fast boat, and it wasn't some Western, fast pleasure boat. It was just a local built wooden thing that had some decent engines in it that obviously had a bunch of explosives and remote, what was definitely real time, joystick of somebody on shore driving the thing at the ship, and not some sort of AI or guidance system, sea skimming, whatever missile, or whatever. It was just the Houthis putting something together at that point. So I think the technology was going slow, and they even had sort of dummies to try to make it, is this just a civilian vessel or not, kind of thing on it, and it wasn't. So let's see, Iran targeting ships in the area, still do. There are some nice video clips of ships borne security. Yeah, that's yes. I'm just catching up. Yes, we've seen this. The Houthis, yes. For rockets, they forgot to ground it, so it launched and came back down. These Chinese carriers were delayed. Last I heard, yeah, interesting. Well, at least the new power plant works as intended. Then there are one recent attack on a fuel carrier that was probably ended in a massive ecological disaster. Well, actually, what the attack, well, that's a vessel that's been anchored, and they've twice gone on board and done demolition charges, basically. So I don't know if that's technically an attack. It's an anchored vessel that belongs to somebody that the crew has been weeks ago removed from it. Okay, so we're organizing up here with a better defensive, with reinforcing after some pushing. Again, we can look at rails bringing in supplies. We'd like to get that supply line too. So let's take a look here. This right now is sort of the key. Okay. So if we were to attack here now, let's do this. Again, normally, as you've noticed, I wanted to really do good artillery prep, tank attacks, and not waste lives. That's just a hit the gate up there. We're gonna now move you up to here. You to here. The reason I did that instead of this would probably be a better advantage, is that he's deeper in, if this unit gets weakened too much, it can get pounded by these Americans and some other French forces, where here it's going to be harder to pound him. And again, he'll be better defended, and there we go. Any thoughts on the recent U.S. debate? I've seen everyone really for one side or the other. The actual debate, I did not watch. I've seen a clip or two. They don't have a lot of thoughts on the actual debate. As to who's going to win, I would say it's a still likely 70+% chance that Trump will win. And so you come back, well, when he loses, you were wrong. No, I said there's like a 30% chance that Kamala will win. And part of it, the reason Kamala can win, is because, like, one guy I know, he's a Democrat, and he's stuck in the 80s. He thinks big business is all run by conservatives, when we know big business is run by leftists. Well, how can leftists run big businesses? Well, because it's sort of a neo-fascist type idea, because they all have DEI departments. All the CEOs overwhelmingly give money to the Democratic parties, where in the past they give it to both parties, back in the 80s, just to be safe. So whoever won whatever their personal opinion was, however they personally voted, they could, have donated to both parties. But nowadays, and I think it's like almost all of the, like, what is it, Fortune 100 CEOs have come out in support of Kamala Harris in an open letter or something like that. I'm sure I'm getting some details wrong, but it's generally sort of right. And so a lot of these people are just stuck in the past, and they think it's, Clinton versus Bush, whatever, back whenever. And they don't realize how much it's changed because they just live their daily lives and catch a little bit of news, and the news covers up. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Okay, I could occupy with... It's just a detachment, so we may lose it. But at least we are reinforced and occupying it. Now here, we are down to 3 shells again because we have been using them. I think we will save up some shells for better attack. Okay, black female versus old granddad. Hey Raga, how you doing? Black female. What are we talking about? Black female versus old granddad. You mean Indian woman versus orange guy, or not white guy, orange guy. So Indian versus orange guy is, I think, what you're referring to. I need to start the debate with the subject like the U.S. should adopt a flat tax system. Yellow Jamnuska. Yeah, that's also I hear about. It was more of a debate between the panel and Trump. Tell us, Trump, why are you so evil? Kind of questions, at least that's my understanding. Again, I didn't watch it, so I can't. Trump's so unprepared and disappointing. Yeah, well, I guess if you watched it, yeah, Harris versus Donald. Yeah. Again, people here, hi everyone, well, many of you know me very well, so I know I'm repeating myself. Some of you are new here, so I have to say this. I'm a culturalist. Individuals are individual, and they can often will follow their group in many values and ideas and ways of doing things. But individuals can break off and be different than their group. So individuals are individuals. But large groups of people, when it comes to that, I'm a culturalist. Yes, sometimes culture, a type of culture, and a type of, and I like to use the word genetics because it has a less loaded meaning nowadays. Sometimes, like the Japanese culture, are also made up of genetically Japanese people in Japan. Sometimes there is a high overlap. But I'm an American. I'm a West Coast American, and I've grown up around people that were, and I went to a rather white, rather middle class school that had a small sprinkling of other middle class people of other genetic groups. And won't go into some of the other details, but meeting some other cultural groups that happen to match up to some of these other genetic groups, and they were very different than the people of similar genetic groups that I went around that were sort of middle class Americans. And I can tell the difference just by watching somebody walk between a Japanese person from Japan and a fully genetic Japanese person from America who's grown up in America. Okay? They walk differently. Chinese walk different than Japanese. Vietnamese walk different than Chinese and Japanese, just in the way they walk. And other body language movements, but walking. So so if you have a Japanese and American and a Japanese walking away from me, so I'm just watching their body movements, I can tell you pretty damn, unless somebody's trying to mimic, I'm not talking about somebody being a good actor and mimic a different person's walk. I'm just talking about just naturally not thinking about it, walking away from me. I can tell you which is the American and which is the Japanese. So I've grown up in a truly multicultural environment that has both, like I say, especially like down in Orange County, a lot of Asians, a lot of them Vietnamese, that have grown up in like white majority schools. So in many ways, they are middle class Anglo type Americans. But sure, they have a smattering of Vietnamese words that they still know from grandma or whatever. And sure, they have more Vietnamese food in there, more because a lot of Americans go to these restaurants too. But more of that stuff naturally, yeah, they're not, British from Liverpool or something Anglo-ness. There's a certain flavor of it, but they've been enculturated. So to me, large groups of people I judge by culture. Now, and I know the term has often, and I've talked, and some of you I probably remember this and maybe even mentioned it. People are using the term African American to refer to Africans in like Europe or other places. It's just because they don't have a good word for the people, I guess. But African Americans are a particular thing, and there's different flavors of them. And there are, rural blacks of the American South, and they are urban industrial blacks of the American North that move their parents or grandparents or whatever moved to Chicago or Detroit during World War II, particularly, and in the aftermath of World War II for jobs. And so these people are, now different than the rural black Americans in all kinds of values and all kinds of ways. But they share the sort of, slavery was different in different slave states. This is not any sort of defense of slavery, but it was different. And the post-Civil War, getting out of slavery was different. But they all sort of kind of share a same sort of cultural background viewpoint of being descendants from slaves, and also very apparent in their general look, meaning being black or African descent, and then everybody presumes you are a descendant of slaves, as opposed to what Britons, I'm not talking about Anglo-Saxons, but what Britons, which would be sort of, yes, a smattering of people that live in Britain still, and they weren't all Anglo-Saxon replaced, or Welshmen, because those were people, or people that went to Brittany in France. Which ones of those are descendants of Roman slaves, Romans enslaved Britons, and which ones weren't? Or by now, maybe they've all intermarried enough that everyone who would be old school British, I'm not talking about the old Irish or the old Scottish way up in the north, talking about the British, the people descended from occupied Britain of Roman era. Maybe they've all intermingled so much that, and I'll say this we, because I do have ancestry to those people, whether they were all now, intermarried enough, I'm talking back in the Middle Ages, I'm not talking so much now, but all intermarried enough that they would all have had ancestors that were free Britons through the whole period of Roman occupation, as well as having ancestors that were enslaved during the Roman occupation up there. And yes, other slaves were taken to Rome and other places, but there were also locals enslaved and spent maybe generations as slaves in Britain during Rome's occupation. But after some point, I don't, there is no longer a any sort of distinguished, like a family name or a particular hair color, eye color, or some other distinguishing feature that, oh, your ancestors were a slave of Rome, and well, but mine weren't. Mine were the whatever tribe that we, although we're subjugated, ruled by Rome, we were never slaves of Rome or something. There is none of that. And so, and we can look at general history of where the Roman Empire was, particularly in Europe, for this discussion. And yeah, I know there were Vandals and Germans and Franks and other people that have moved into those, into France, into Italy, into Spain, in the early Dark Ages. And I still use the Dark Age term. I don't like the other terms they try to do because it was a Dark Age. Other ethnic groups, tribal groups moving into there, but they didn't replace the locals, and they over time have intermarried with the locals. So who are descendants of slaves of Rome, and who weren't, if there can be any distinction now after all that time. But obviously there are many, many, many Europeans alive today that are descended from slaves. Including the Vikings enslaved people. Again, I'm not talking Africans. I'm talking Europeans that were enslaved by other Europeans. So yeah, so you have in America this, as we walk around, we know who most likely are descended from being a slave and who are not. And that can affect a person, I'm sure. Not being one of them, I don't know how that does affect you and how much it affects you. And it can affect you and then make it positive because you want to better yourself, or you can be affected because you're ashamed of it or something. Yeah, I don't know. But the American president who was black, Barack Obama, might have had people presume that, but he was not descended. He was not a traditional African American, because his father was an African. Yeah, Barack was born in America, and his mother was white. And so that does make a difference. Now, his wife, she was definitely African American and raised in a house. And it's also the household that you're raised in is important. And Barack, who barely knew his real father and whatnot. So that is a different distinction. Now, Kamala, and this is where we're getting on Kamala. Kamala's mother, to my knowledge, again, I can have this wrong, and I don't mean to be, and this is not to be disparaging in any way. It's just descriptive. Kamala's mother was Indian. India has a rich cultural heritage. I don't know specifically what her mother's, was she, from photos it looks more like Hindu, but could be Janus, could be, it's another religious group. There's also many different ethnic groups. I don't know, but we'll just Indian. Her father, and somebody's done genetic testings and backgrounds, is very light-skinned, and looking at the history of that particular family, is descended from former slaveholders, but still I think some smaller island, but the history and the way both of the slavery down in those islands and the post-slave experience, because there wasn't a civil war, because there wasn't a dominant majority, because I think in one southern state tradition, I don't know about current demographics necessarily, but I think it was only one southern state that was actually like a majority black slave. But so even think at the height of slavery, most people were white. Now it might be like something like a 60-40, lots and lots of black people. I'm not saying, and this is just to be descriptive. So you're still a minority in a majority white world, where in the Caribbean islands, even during slavery, when there were a lot more British people there, and even post-slavery, they were a majority black population or African population. But looking again from Kamala's father's heritage, and you can see in his skin color, he is part European. So Kamala's parents are sort of college-educated teacher types that traveled around from university to university being teachers, coming from a both the parents, non-American background, either Caribbean or Indian in background. So she grew up in a non-American household. Yes, she's an American, but her household wasn't. And that would be like if both of your parents were from Japan and you grew up in the United States. Certainly you have a fair amount of going to school and having American friends, a certain amount of Americanism in you. But still, the main people raising you, your parents, wouldn't have been American. They would have been Japanese. And then do you take that person who is raised by non-Americans, put them in charge of America? To me, and for both of these two people I'm talking about, although Barack's one parent was American, yes, and sort of raised by his communist grandparents in Hawaii, as well as his communist parents. But particularly Kamala, who is not raised by Americans, do you really put that person in charge of America? Yeah, I guess if you think America is so screwed up, and which she probably does, because she has foreign ideas. But does America really want to decide to have this person who is at best half? I mean, like, again, she's raised in America. She knows America. But half raised by non-Americans? I don't think her parents ever got U.S. citizenship, or maybe they did. I don't know if that matters, but I'm talking about culturally. So, see, again, I know I've gone off on another rant. Today's ranting day, I guess. But I'm a culturalist, and so it's not her genetics, it's her culture and the way who raised her and their viewpoints. That's what I find important and interesting. Let's check with this. It's selfish, but I'd rather have foreign policy veterans than a gal who got on her knees. Yeah. Here's the truth of the matter on that issue. The reason the establishment likes Biden and likes Harris is that they are going to be the puppet of the, I'm doing air quotes here, experts in whatever field, in the environment, in industry, in foreign diplomacy, in whatever government departments. She's just going to be the talking head face of it. She and Biden don't really run the details. So in that sense, you're not getting a person with a vision. What you're getting is the American State Department doing its own thing. For better or worse, it's the American State Department doing its thing, and not so much of a, like Carter. He wanted to dig deep into everything and manage everything. He was a micromanager. And he would try to read the presidential daily briefing every single day. And that is a big, thick binder of stuff. And it is not designed to be read by the president. It is designed to be handed to the president while another person has a copy of it, and they go over the cover sheet that has, bullet points of what's going on. And the rest of it is, do we need to look up information, giving more complete information on particular topics? So it's like, oh, well, I want more about the Americans trapped in, X country. Well, okay, well, what's the details on that? Carter tried to read the whole book as if it was meant to be read. No, it was meant to be more reference material if you need to quickly look up something, so you know what's going on. The briefers thought would be important for the president when he wakes up to know what's going on in the world. And Carter would try to get in, and whether it's diplomacy or, hey, because he did have a education in nuclear propulsion and whatever from his time in the Navy. So when we were having we call it the 3 Mile Island disaster, because it was the name of the island, where we had nuclear power plants on, he went there and personally, and because he was something of a trained expert on it, actually, he wasn't not necessarily a nuclear scientist, but a nuclear power operator. He knew what he was talking about. He had his own previous grounding in it. He went there to actually go and see how it was, not necessarily tell him which buttons to push, but really to go in there and make sure that it was, being handled properly. And and in that one case, he is actually, something of an expert on it, at least compared to the normal person. So so with again, Kamala and Biden, you're getting the departments running the government, and you've seen some of Biden's more recent. Biden putting on the Trump hat and standing around with a bunch of Trump supporters and signing Trump memorabilia. Some people are speculating, he was doing that as a dig against Kamala. I don't think so. Some people are going, well, it's just sort of an awkward situation that somehow he got into, and he's just trying to laugh and get his way out of it best. Probably that's what I think it was. Or maybe he's so out of it he doesn't even remember who and what is going on around him. I don't know. But you don't have to worry because the experts are still in charge. So let's see. Kamala, parental great grandfather was black man who held slaves. It's weird. While Kamala's father is a professor of economics, I never heard about Kamala being skilled in macroeconomy theory or other stuff. No, I don't think Kamala's very smart. You don't have to like Trump. Donald the Duck Ragar's putting out there, and that's fine. I don't care what you want to say about Trump, like him or not, whatever. But Trump is smart, okay? Trump is smart, and he's also mentally with it. You don't have to like him. You don't have to agree with his policies. I'm not suggesting those kind of things, but as an observable fact, here on this channel and in my Discord and everywhere else around me, we have to acknowledge reality around us, okay? And we can argue about reality, but reality does exist as a thing. Donald Trump is smart, and he's mentally with it. You can hate him. You can dislike his policies, whatever. That's fine. But he is definitely smart. Kamala is a dim bulb. Where would we be without these rants? Well, I hope they're entertaining. Normally, children know stuff from their parents. Well, Ragar, you might be right in many, many cases, and definitely right traditionally. But I definitely know parents who don't bring their work home with them. And it could be very possible that Kamala's father maybe did not talk, I'm not talking like home economics, actual, what are the price of eggs today, and what's the best value in something in in running a home. But I don't know, he may have not talked shop, not talked school professor politics around his daughter. He may have not. You think that they might, but I don't know that that's a given. She had 4 years as VP to prove herself, and to be honest, I didn't hear anything about their term except Afghanistan pull out, then letting Putin. Okay, well, sometimes the way it works in America is sometimes you have the vice president is a strong helper to the president, and like Dick Cheney was George Bush's right hand man. Sometimes you have the vice president is like George Bush the elder. He was Reagan's enemy and was brought into the presidency, vice presidency, is just to sort of be a unifying ticket. And my understanding, and if my memory serves correct me, it's been a long time, for the first term, Bush the elder was mostly shut out of things. Oh yeah, if Reagan wasn't going to go to some funeral in Japan or, Italy or something, from some former head of state dying, they would send Bush off just to, go represent America. But beyond some stuff like that, he wasn't at like White House briefings, and that's some of the kind of, you can look at the like official photos at different briefings and different momentous things that they have cameramen moving around. Normally just one guy who has good security clearance and knows to keep his mouth shut about what he's hearing, but just doing group photos of people around planning missions and whatnot for historical purposes. A lot of times you'll see that Bush, especially in the first year, isn't there, but Cheney is often in those meetings with Bush the younger. And who else was I going to Truman, being vice president, did not know of the existence of the Manhattan Project, the nuclear program, until after he becomes president, is my understanding. I could have that wrong. But Truman was, again, a replacement, I forget for who, but a different, we're going to swap these two out. This way we can then reinforce and they'll be better shape. Because we can look here, they have an 87% readiness and 42% morale, where this unit has or 78%, sorry, and this is the 87 and 59% morale. So we have a more morale, stronger unit there. Is one of the reasons to do that. So sometimes, yeah, FDR, yeah, that Truman fact is correct. Thanks, Jem Nuska. Yeah, and yeah, so FDR knew what was going on, but and I forget who the previous vice president, but he was just brought in as and I forget why it was replaced, whether it was real health reasons or if there were other reasons. He just sort of brought Truman on as to be an inoffensive VP that was basically kept in the dark, not being invited to cabinet meetings, getting to live over in the observatory or whatever they call the building where the vice president lives, and this sort of like, going to ribbon cuttings, Truman, like new battleship being launched or whatever, running around and doing stuff, but of nothing of importance. So just, and Kamala, it was never part of Biden's clique of Democrats, before she becomes his vice president. She's just picked as a diversity hire. And so, yeah, that in and of itself doesn't necessarily mean a lot. Now, in my opinion, she's a dim bulb. She is not a bright person. So that's just my opinion here, based on sort of observing some facts. But yes, let's fire an artillery shell at this guy. Well, it's going to be a harder target, so let's just a couple more artillery shells. There we go. I need to know America presidents for my citizenship test, but I cannot for the life of me remember most of them. Truman is the one that often eludes me. Yes, Truman comes after FDR. He oversees the end of the American, involvement in World War II. Truman famously said, and I'm going to be very close to the quote and definitely get the meaning of a quote. Something like, "You don't get rich in politics unless you're corrupt." Because Truman never got rich in politics. Truman's early business, he had a tailor shop with a partner, I believe, that went out of business during the Depression, and he kept all of his uh, debt notes, people that his business owed money to, and spent years paying every single person back their money that had outstanding credit notes against his business. Paid it all back, and I think he was a congressman when he was picked to be vice president, representing whatever state I forget. And then his other big famous situation was his conflict with MacArthur and eventual sacking of MacArthur, that he thought, or MacArthur thought he was God or something like that. But so his conflict with MacArthur over the Korean War and actions there, and at the start, MacArthur is basically unfireable by Truman when they get into conflict, and it isn't until MacArthur stakes his reputation and is sure that the Chinese will not enter the war, and even though Truman does not, I believe, want MacArthur, if I remember, I'm going from memory, obviously, so I'm not 100% correct on all of this. I think I'm mostly correct, but Truman is worried about MacArthur coming too far into North Korea, but MacArthur assures Truman and the world and whatnot that China will not enter the war, and once China enters the war and MacArthur gets to do the fighting retreat. He's not like immediately sacked. He handles the fighting retreat, which actually is I have become an admirer of generals who can retreat in the face of the enemy and keep forces intact. That is and this is what I sort of learned when reading about Frederick the Great, being a very big admirer of Washington, General Washington, first U.S. president under our current Constitution, because there were presidents before him, but that Washington is because he was, especially his retreat from Long Island in face of the British and other retreats, that George Washington was able to keep retreating from the British and keeping his forces intact. And I took that and go, yeah, because that's a remarkable thing to do. So it's not just, because sometimes victories are because you just have a bigger army and happen to get on top of the hill before the enemy does, and you win. But being able to retreat in front of the enemy, that in the face of the enemy under pressure, that the enemy is putting pressure on you, and keeping your forces intact and doing it well is a skill. I mean, it might, somebody like Trump might say that's a loser's skill, but it's a real skill. And so MacArthur keep, the retreat out. Now, MacArthur wants to nuke or spread nuclear waste along the river up there between North Korea and China to stop the Chinese after this happens, and Truman shoots that down and whatnot, and eventually fires MacArthur because of that. And I forget who takes over, Ridgway or somebody, I don't know, takes over after MacArthur and fights out that he was the one who lost China. Oh, well, yeah, if you're saying not supporting Chiang Kai-shek, yes. Truman does not really support Chiang Kai-shek and does sort of lose China, if I'm getting your meaning right. You remember Henry Harrison, though, the guy who died like 20 days in office. Yeah. Okay, so let's continue this. Okay, so we pushed these guys back. They're PM. Now, do we want to push? We were down to 2 shells, so we're not going to push. We need to. We want to, when we push, both firing artillery and attacking, we want to do so in strength, not in I think, again, to an English quote, or go after Guderian's line, don't tickle them, boot them. We want to hit hard when we hit. So it is better to not push every single turn when we could wait until we can have a big effect. Like, we did kill that last turn with this artillery support. So I think what we will do, since we have 5 shells, let's fire 3 up here. I like saving 2. 2 isn't always enough, but it's often enough that if there is a attack, enemy attack against us, to have some counter barrages. Yeah. And since we didn't actually kill him, I was sort of saving this guy for last to give him reinforcements if we didn't need to have him attack. I guess we could have swapped from north. That might have been better. But so that we could, because I figure there's somebody back here, get that better organized. But here, what we're going to do is, he's 9 strength, so he's plenty strong enough, at least for basic stuff. And we're going to entrench. So now we've pushed up here. And after Truman comes Eisenhower. We've done some good pushing up here. Oh, and also saving 2 like we did here, and we'll get 2 more next turn. So that could be a good 4-round barrage or something if that was decided to be the attack. So you're keeping a reserve to be able to hit hard. Old General Ike, nobody's remembered his policies there in Europe. Well, Eisenhower, I think, did a pretty good job as America, as president. And part of his very good job is nobody remembers anything about it because there weren't problems. Sometimes, yeah, there might not be great triumphs, but in the still very much post-war world, that we've recently gone through a world war. Calm, basic leadership without a lot of disruptions, either domestically or overseas, I think is a sign of success. So we remember the controversies, whether they're caused by the president or not. It may very well may be how the president deals with them, but that there are not a lot of controversies, so not a lot of things to remember about the president. Okay, we're going to move him forward. Better supply with those units. Now here, let's move. I think we will, because we are sort of trying to push I do, while ranting at you, I do sort of remember what we're trying to do here with the game. We're trying to get this rail down into here. I always hear Reagan was one of the worst. Reagan was one of the best. Now, whether this includes you in chat here or not, is he in chat? Yes, he is in chat, so we will reinforce. Or not. It may or may not include you in chat, and it's fine if it includes you in chat. But most Europeans do not like Americans. I'm not saying they hate us or things like that, but they don't like us. And it's on multiple levels that you guys don't like us. And I know, because I know many of you are Europeans here. And again, whether it includes specifically you guys or not, one of the negative things that I sort of heard over my lifetime, not a lot, but is sort of a negative idea, is as a cowboy or cowboyism. Like whether in diplomacy or other sort of things, that's a negative trait. Where to me, John Wayne is a guiding light in how to behave. You know, one of those movies, you know, not that he personally prescribed to this, because yes, he's often playing an actor, and I don't know, but one of his movie roles, he would say, "Never apologize, it's a sign of weakness." And not, I'm, you know, if I'm, you know, sorry, I say sorry often, like when I step in front of somebody at the grocery store or whatever, you know, and just sorry for you know, walking in front of you while you're looking at the stuff on the shelf. Not, you know, not any sort of deep apologizing like for existing like the left wants to do, but just, you know, sorry for an inconvenience kind of thing. So it's not like I never apologize or never say sorry or whatever. No. But the Europeans don't like American diplomacy. They want America just to go along with their program, whatever it is, whether it's diplomacy or economics or whatever. But Reagan freaking wins the Cold War, people. Wins it. Not just ends it. Yes, and focusing because leftists control the media. He wins. Oh, and Elizabeth, very well, I didn't know you were working towards eventual American, you know, citizenship test, and so that. But even a lot of, and see, this is the thing. Years ago, when I worked at the gun store, there was this one guy, I forget his name. I remember faces much better than names, even though he bought guns and filled out paperwork, so I knew his name at that point. He was from Turkey, and he was even sort of getting a wife from home in Turkey, but he loved America. He wasn't trying to come and be Turkish here in America. Yeah, he was getting a wife from Turkey, meaning not trying to meet an American woman. But he loved America. He would wear American T-shirts, you know, like flag T-shirts and things like this, and 4th of July. He just loved the idea of America. And, you know, I didn't know him well. I just, you know, because we had talked, you know, because when you do gun sales, you talk a lot, especially in California, because, you know, waiting periods and all this stuff. So it's a long sales cycle. It's not like just somebody at the cash register or whatever. So you get to know him, and he was a repeat customer. So he, you know, I'd recognize him when he comes in the store and whatnot like that. And whether just buying ammo or, you know, checking out a new gun or something, you know, whether he'd buy it or not, but hear about a new gun and wanted to take a look at it. And so, an actual customer, you know, buying stuff and not just bullshitting. Got to know him a bit, and he just was a, you know, super, and I think he even had like an American flag tattoo and whatever. He was just gung-ho on America. And I'm sure that, you know, he had a lot of residual, you know, if I really knew him well, a lot of residual Turkish habits. but he wanted to be an American. There are so many more people, Europeans included, that come to America and, whether it's for a job or other things, they don't want to become an American. And I knew one somewhat well, a friend. Later on, I used to stay at his mother's house. So, I was that much friends. But he wasn't trying to become an American. He was British, and he was working in New York City in, finance and whatnot. And so he was here in America, not trying to be an American in any way. Now, this isn't, and again, not, trying to be negative with him because, and he eventually goes back to Britain after however many years, I don't know, 4 years, 5 years or whatever. But he was here for a job. And again, like I say, working in New York and Wall Street type adjacent or whatever, some sort of finance stuff. And that was sort of his skill set. And so, yeah, and he was knew he was never planning on retiring and living in America. And he liked America, generally speaking, like a lot of British people do. And definitely, shall we say, of the upper class. I won't go into details. But yes, very much of the upper class of Britain. But yeah, and some are like that, in that just temporary living here. But others, and especially a lot of people coming from Latin America and other parts of the world, and like all the Somalis that have been showing up, and the Haitians, they're not coming to America to be American. They're coming to just live here and be themselves in their own communities. And so, yeah, you get a lot of that too coming here. But a lot of Europeans just, because when I've talked to them, met them, they like what they see in us that is similar to them, but they don't like how we've changed, or in some cases stayed the same, where Europe has changed over the generations. We mostly don't like U.S. political system. It's either yes or no, blue or red. Unlike Europe, we make politics by agreements between ideologies or parties, but we love American culture and your freedom spirit. No, you don't. Sorry. You individually, Beamslam, might, but you don't like American culture. You don't like You don't like freedom spirit, our freedom spirit, as a group. Sorry, you don't. You are regulating yourself to death. You are doing everything you can to not promote freedom in your countries, and I'm including Denmark. You don't know how often, and maybe even universal condemnation of American food, fast food, and that's part of America's spirit, is get food fast, eat it, go, and not have a meal of it, not have an enjoyment, just wolf down some food and let's go to the next thing. Go, 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 go. And so it's not just the idea, and I can tell this by my being in Britain and my traveling around Europe, as well as talking to you guys on the interwebs, as well as talking to Europeans that I've known that have come here, is the whole spirit of fast food, whether it's healthy for you or not, whether it tastes good or not, is not the point, and is they're criticizing the concept of fast food, of that everything's the same from every McDonald's everywhere in America. I know that it does change recipes in different parts of the world and stuff, but is the cookie cutter aspect of that fast food is I can be driving across the United States, see a Golden Arches, I can pull in, I know if it's breakfast time, I can get breakfast, and I know what quality of food it's going to be. It's not great. I mean, some people do love it just because that's what they grew up and they're used to tasting it. But it's not great, it's not terrible, it's just okay, it's fast, it's good, and then go. It's not, oh, sit down, chat with the, and I know French waiters and waitresses are rude, but in other countries, other parts of countries, or in a lot of American diners, you sit down, you chat with the waitress, and you, blah, 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 how's your day, what's you going on, da, 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 da. And that is part of American culture, going to diners and chatting about things, and maybe with a group of friends and whatever, and you're sort of having whether it's lunch or dinner or breakfast at a diner. It's sort of, no, it's fast food. You walk up to the counter, you get the food, you go sit down, maybe at the thing, you eat it as fast as you can, you go. Because that's American culture. Go, success, move forward, do things, go. And I get nothing but criticism about fast food from Europe. So I eat meat too. I don't know what Hannibal Lecter is Lithuanian. Come on, people. I don't know what. Don't get me demonetized here, please. So yeah, you don't like American culture. You don't like American, and again, I'm not talking necessarily you, Beam Slam, or you, Elizabeth, as an individual. I'm talking about the cultural aspects. America's political system, you in Europe don't understand it. Again, I'm not talking about an individual, because politics, unlike Europe, we make politics by agreement between ideologies or parties. We do the same thing too, Beam Slam. You guys are just ignorant, stupid Europeans. You don't pay attention to what's going on around you. We have two coalitions in America. They're called Republicans and Democrats. But they're coalitions because now the Democrat Party has been changing heavily and moving radically left. But I've talked to Democrat congressmen from Texas, and this is back in the 80s and the 90s and whatnot. Democrat congressmen from Texas that had the exact same positions as a Republican congressman from California. Okay? The exact same positions. But in his part of the world, those were Democrat positions and Republican positions in another state were different. So it's a coalition of like, for the Americans, religious people, freedom people, business people, hawks on defense, especially the Cold War, wanted to be strong military, the coalition. So you had, like I say, the people whose motivation by religion or like abortion, that's their reason they vote. And they'll vote Republican because that's going to get them that thing. They might be freaking communist economically, but they were strong on religion or abortion or whatever. And so they're going to vote Republican. And the business guy could care fuck all about abortions. And he may have had his wife had 10 abortions. He just wants to get, good business practices and low taxes. And so it's this coalition that and again, I'm not trying to blame Beam Slam, but it's the education and the political understanding of America in Europe, because I, again, have a major in political science. Dr. So, hope I am pronouncing his name correctly, was one of my main teachers. And I don't know, do you recognize the name So? I think it's, if I remember correctly, spelled S-O-E. He was Danish. Very much a Danish person, and his main area of study was West at the time, because the Berlin Wall was still up at the time, West German politics, and he interviewed Helmut Kohl and a few other major German politicians over the years, and multiple interviews with Helmut Kohl, and wrote some books, stuff that publishes in, university type books on the subject. But yeah, so one of my main teachers of political science was a Danish guy. So yeah, and now of course he living, I don't know if he became an American citizen or not. I mean, he was he was tenured staff, meaning you're not going to be able to fire him from university. So he was at least going to spend the rest of his academic career at that particular university. Once you get tenured, you don't leave. You don't want to leave because it's too good of a job. So yeah, he wasn't like a visiting professor. So he was, basically a permanent resident in the U.S. Could have been a citizen. I don't remember. But so, and this is, and I know it better and can rattle it off quicker, is the traditional American Republican coalition. So again, so you have the big business guys, and the big business guys, they want the illegal immigration because that means lower worker wages. Now, we're switching here in America that the big business guys are now supporting Kamala Harris because they are willing to put up with the bigger taxes to continue to have illegal aliens. And now most of the unions, because they have been so diehard and they're controlled by leftists, communists, a lot of them were formed by leftists and communists and socialists, but a lot of the union workers are moving to the Republican Party because the Republican Party is becoming or even more so anti-immigration, because they want to protect their jobs from low-wage immigrants. So the coalition is changing right now in America. Before Trump, it has started to change. With Trump, it's changing more. So the idea that America isn't agreement between ideologies and parties, it is. We are very much, but it's within the two parties that you get these shifting ideologies, shifting positions of importance of who you vote for or what party you support, whether you are an elected representative or just a voter. It's that the nuances happen. This is why Dick Cheney has come out in support of Kamala Harris, and I am shocked. Not so much that I'm somewhat shocked that he's done it openly, and I don't think it's because he actually supports Kamala Harris. I just think he hates Trump. But that the Democrats are celebrating this because back when Dick Cheney was vice president and had his ties to Halliburton, he was the devil incarnate. He was the real-life Darth Vader evil of evils. And why are you celebrating him joining? Where with the Republicans, RFK Jr., who's come out and supported and now become a very big supporter of Trump, we never hated him. We just thought he was always a bit odd and a bit misguided. He was never in our political thoughts, painted with teeth, vampire teeth and blood dripping out of them or something. It was always, oh, he's wrong. Oh, he's, whatever. He's too much of a Democrat. Well, so it's one thing if you just sort of disagree with the guy and now he's coming onto your side and you're celebrating it. It's another thing if you thought he was the epitome of everything evil and wrong with America. And now he's on our side and he hasn't stated that he's changed any of his opinions or positions. Because there were, in the past, in the South, some politicians that had been diehard segregationists and whatnot. And I don't know if it's true or not, but they've claimed, and again, I don't know if their hearts really changed, that they had actually decided to embrace the other side and that they were wrong at their things. Now, whether they're just chasing political power, and so they were only diehard segregationists because that was, at the time, the popular opinion, and they really weren't. And now that they're pro-Democrat black people and welfare for black people, whether they really did flip and change or whether they still privately had their same opinions but publicly changed their opinions to get support of the black people, I don't know. I don't have a window into people's souls, but they at least went through the performative public, man, I was wrong, I supported the wrong things, I apologize, and different ones at different levels of needing to apologize or something, and switch sides. Cheney has done none of that. He's just, Trump is going to be so awful, I'm supporting Kamala. Not that he's saying Kamala is good or I like what Kamala is doing. So Cheney has not changed, in my opinion, either publicly or privately. And the Democrats are embracing him. What levels of hypocrisy greater can you get? And so I don't think, And again, I'm not blaming Beamslam here. I think of him as a friend and a smart guy. But the Europeans do not pay attention to enough of American politics, and they get it through such a bad lens that I'm sure there's got to be a few professors in Europe, like Dr. So. He's a doctor of, not a medical doctor, but had a doctorate. But he went by Dr. So. That do know American politics, but they're not training your political leaders or training your media leaders to understand that American politics is nuanced. It just people, like I say, sometimes you can have this, because a lot of the traditional union workers, both urban and rural, because there's lots of rural factories, voted Democrat because of their unions to support their jobs. But they, in places like, Michigan and other states like that, where hunting and guns are strong, they were never anti-gun. Depending on individually whether they were pro or for abortion. It was just the coalition and their interest in the past had put them in the Democratic camp. Now a lot of them individually are switching. Very, very few of the unions are, the management. But yeah, so that's just, again, why, you don't understand America. Okay, let's go on. A lot of immigrants tend to make no effort to assimilate or blend into culture. Like if I came to U.S. and didn't speak English and flew Lithuanian flags, if Lithuania was so great, yeah, I'd stay. Yeah, I hear you. There is a real natural tendency for comfort. And I'm sure if I were to move to France, I would probably find, or Germany or someplace, a certain amount of Americans to hang out with. But as far as I can remember, I never hung out with a single American when I lived in Scotland. Oh, sure, because I was in Edinburgh. It was filled with American tourists. I mean, I have been, I say lived because it wasn't quite 6 months, and I wasn't planning on moving there permanently, but it was more than being a tourist, meaning I had a car and I was daily, going to the grocery store and whatnot for food and not just staying in hotels. And I rented a room in a guest house kind of thing. But yeah, I was living in Scotland. At least that's what I would consider it. And so I was hanging out with Scottish people, because that's sort of why I was there. And I'm sure I encountered and talked to, and I just don't, because because there's Edinburgh Castle, which you can look it up. It's a big tourist center, but there's also a, not a lending library, but an archived library in there. And I would go research there, and I just walk up to the gate kind of thing and saying, I'm going to the, and if you sort of knew the correct sort of words to say, oh, well, just go on in. So I didn't have to pay to go, like the tourists do, to go in. I'm just going to go do research up there. Oh, okay, go on in. And because most people don't know that there's a research library, and you got to go to a little side door and whatnot, and you don't get to take any books out. You can come in. And back in the olden days, they didn't even want you taking in like laptops. Too distracting. I'm sure nowadays you can. But go in there with pen and paper and read and make notes from, again, original source documents from the 18th century and whatnot. And, and so I was doing research in that library. And I'm sure I, said hi to people or whatever, but no significant interaction. So I wasn't there trying to find other Americans. But then again, everybody spoke English, or a facsimile thereof, being Scottish. So I wasn't language exclusive to a language that I didn't know. And of course, people can learn English, like Elizabeth speaks English here, and Americans can learn French or German or whatever and speak that well. But not all immigrants do. But yeah, if you're really planning on becoming an American, you should. And since in the modern world, no matter how poor, in the modern world, not in the third world, but in the modern world, no matter how poor you are, you have access to the internet so you can learn English. It's not like you got to find expensive books or a teacher or something. Is it true that Reagan is responsible for mental wards being closed and crazies being let out, or is that hyperbolic point? Reagan is not, as far as I know, Reagan is not responsible, but it may have happened under his presidency. And it's more nuanced than that. There was a legal chain, if I remember this correctly, and this is not an area that I'm strong in, and this is causing a lot of problems in America right now, is mental health problems, and they're not being addressed. It became harder, and it was sort of, I think, through the courts. Now, Reagan did appoint a few justices, but I don't think necessarily. It became harder to involuntarily put somebody in a mental institution. To the point, and again, I don't know, and I'm sure I'm getting some of this wrong just because I don't know it all well. You can put somebody into a mental institution if you get a judge to agree. I mean, they hear, psychiatrists and psychologists and testimony about this. Involuntarily, for a short period of time, it's actually, like for 48 hours or something, it's actually really easy. A doctor just sort of signs a thing and you get taken off. But that's just for a brief time to then be evaluated. But then a court has to say that person is a danger to themselves or others. Okay? So if they're not judged to be a danger to themselves or others, if they don't want to be there, and of course they could be mentally unstable and saying, I don't want to be here, and when they could, and I'm not, again, what does cured mean? What are, people talk about dumping all kinds of drugs into people. And I've heard, radio psychologists, guys talking on the radio that do real work, that do say that with certain drugs and certain, therapies, they can get these people doing good and being part of society and going, yeah, man, I'm much better now. So whether, again, this is not a field that I can really talk with any real knowledge or basis from, but supposedly psychology, if applied, can help a lot of people to mostly live normal lives in what they feel is a positive way. However you want to parse that sentence out, you can work on that. And so, yeah, I believe it was under Reagan and or Carter or whatever that this happened. And since they were no longer having a lot of people being put into mental institutions were shut down. Just because you go in and ask all the crazies in the mental institution, do you want to be here? They say no. Okay, you're out. And then if they're, whether it was government funded or otherwise funded, and I don't, again, know a lot of that stuff, and I do think funding was cut, but hey, if you only have 25% of the people in that you had before, well, then you don't need as many institutions, so they get cut. So I'm not saying Reagan wasn't involved, but I don't think it was really Reagan at the core of that issue. So I think that he is responsible is hyperbolic. Does he have a role to play in it? Very well, maybe, if somebody wants to look into it. Hannibal Lecter is Lithuanian. We don't copy it for sure. Okay, I'm not quite understanding what that was, Beam Slam. I eat human meat too. I hope not. Elizabeth, hope that's just bullshit. Canada agrees we do not love our American culture and spirit. Most Canucks do not like Americans. Huge generalization, but lots of truth. Yeah. And I've known Canadians that I first thought were American that had been here for long enough that they basically become American. But a lot of the Canadians, they were the Americans that rejected America, because Canada got like 60 or 80% of its population at the time from Americans fleeing from the American Revolution, being lost. So they are sort of part of the way Canada defines itself, because they are Americans. And I was on a European holiday trip, my first real big holiday trip in Europe. That was a British company that I booked it. I booked it in America, but through a British company. And we were there, and I was saying, well, we're mostly Americans. What? Well, you're from Canada, and there was also this family from Brazil. Well, we're Americans. North America, South America, we're Americans. And I wasn't saying United States, but peoples that were, and these Brazilians were, at least mostly, of European descent. I don't know if they had, they were slightly darker skin. I don't know if that's just more sun or a small percentage of Indian or whatever mixed with it. But we're mostly, we're descendants of colonists, and we have this different attitudes, and we're coming to Europe. And they were objecting to that idea that they too were Americans. Well, they are. Canadians are Americans, but no, they're not U.S. citizens. And they sort of define themselves as the term Americans and not, but in a way they are. We do have McDonald's here too, not that it's my favorite. Yeah, I know McDonald's is everywhere, Beam Slam, and I've talked to it, but I always get people knocking it to one degree or another. Even though they may eat there once in a while, they still sort of knock it. Krauts are too strong in my taste. Don't know if that's like sauerkraut or whatever. I think most Europeans have an unearned superiority complex. I wouldn't call it unearned. Elizabeth, Europeans, European culture, which I'm including countries like Canada, America, and Australia, and whatever, because those are dominant European cultures. And we can even sort of throw in Latin America too, because again, Latin is from Spain. We're so far the best winners of culture here in the world? Huh? We've conquered the world. Europe conquered the world, people. Yeah, Russia, however European they are, yeah, we know. Moved east, Britain, France, Portugal, Spain, empires around the world. That's a superiority complex, well earned. Now, maybe not well earned superiority versus Americans, because we are a flavor. Are British people Europeans? Well, in a way, yes, in a way, no. Obviously, they are in the general sense, but obviously they sort of separate themselves off from continentals. But Americans are just British colonials that are shaped by our colonial experience, carving out a continent. We have 14 parties at the moment, quite different system, not saying it's easier to manage, but we do create flexibility when forming government. Well, this is what I'm saying, Beam Slam. We have easily 14 parties between the two Democrats and Republicans in 14 different interest groups. And, like I say, you got, when I was in the political science, courses and classes and upper division, there were a total of three open conservatives. Okay. Now, I would have other students come very quietly and tell me, in almost whispered tones, like after class, I really agree with what you're saying, keep it up. But they wouldn't ever open their mouths. There were three of us. And I say us because I'm one of them. One was a religious conservative. He was a lay Catholic. He was not just pro-life. He was, sort of a fundamental Catholic kind of person, very, very religious. Another one was a business conservative, not a libertarian, in that he wanted everybody, just no, he was sort of, classic Republican, certain amount of public order for sure, and regular, but very pro business. Business was the savior of the world. You just get business working right. Whatever's good for business will ultimately be good for everybody else, because more business, more jobs, everything in the business. And I was the military and diplomatic hawk, and my positions and my ideologies really haven't changed. Now, but the world has changed. It was a Cold War. We were in a Cold War. And wherever there was a conflict in the world, the Soviets, I know the Chinese also, but the Soviets would pick a side, whether it was a civil war or a war between two countries. And wherever there wasn't a conflict, the Soviets would try to start one and pick a side there. So if the U.S. did not get involved in a war in Timbuktu or someplace like that, that means the Soviets would eventually win. Because if they failed the first time of a revolution that failed, they would try again and try again. So I was very much an interventionist everywhere and anywhere. I am still an interventionist where there are clear American interests to be found. Okay? I'm not one of these people that we should get out of all foreign wars, that are sort of, that people are getting tired of Afghanistan and Iraq. We definitely should have gone into Afghanistan after 9/11. I don't know that we and I was sort of against staying there. It's one thing to get in and kill a bunch of the Taliban and try to put a different regime in power, but I don't know that we should have stayed there or stayed there as long. I mean, we could discuss it and go into details and whatnot, but I definitely think we should have gotten out before we did. But in a managed, planned, multi-year, okay, we're going to, let's say we go in, we've been in here for 5 years. Okay, here's going to be the 5-year plan to get out. The Afghanis that are our allies will know this. They can work on building their coalition of defense partners. If they can't hold the whole country, let's see what part of the country, that they can go in and hold, so that they're, fighting, because the wars going on existed within Afghanistan before the Soviet Union. I mean, they go back to Alexander the Great, these different tribes that have been fighting each other. So, who's on top, who's on the bottom, whatever. It's just going on in Afghanistan. And so those that had been American allies, we could, and even after we leave, mostly, I mean, we still have a few special forces to target, Al-Qaeda and other extreme elements that we want to attack. And we could still funnel in some money, a few million here, a few million there. Not a few billion, a few million here and there. And we can, funnel in some weapons and whatnot to those that we like better than the other sides. So I am not, nowadays, because the world has changed, an interventionist everywhere like Lindsey Graham or John McCain was, who, he's passed now. They were correct for the Cold War, but not the post-Cold War. Post-Cold War, I don't care. There's like a 5-sided civil war in South Sudan. There's also like a 5-sided civil war in Sudan. I don't think the U.S. needs to be in those wars, in Sudan, especially major interventionists. Not that if we find a warlord that we like better than the other warlords, that we can't give them a few $1 million, because for America, a few million is nothing. A few billion or a few $100 million, that's significant. But we can give every warlord, that we like, $5-10 million a year or something like that. Give them some money, and we can, funnel them some weapons or something. Give them a nice Mercedes to drive around in or something. We can do that to whatever warlords and make friends that way. And so in a minor way, because again, we're America, we're big, we can sort of kind of dabble a little bit in every little thing, but that doesn't mean big intervention. Like we got to make sure our side wins and send lots of money and have helicopters, flying all over the place and all that crap. So my opinions haven't, my position and my ideology hasn't changed. It's just I see the conditions of the world change. We no longer have to be everywhere. So that, is that kind of thing. So yes, we have a lot of flexibility. And so, yeah, and our parties are nuanced. And yes, the U.S. donated 100 nothing compared to the 11 million euros by Norway. So I'm sure why mental health funding is tough to come by. Yeah, and also, here's another thing that's a reality that Reagan knew and understood, and I think other people, including Democrats, need to understand. I don't know, and I think you'll have a hard time from getting me that the U.S. government should give. Well, I'm not talking about veterans here. Okay, veterans, mental health care, but health care to just regular people. I think the United States government should give zero money to, zero effing money to mental health care for Americans. The U.S. government should give zero. Now, the state of California, state of Arizona, state of Nevada, state of Oregon, state of Washington, and we can list on all the other 50 states. Now, the state governments, should be responsible for the health paying for and whatever levels of state government. The states should be doing it for their citizens, okay, and their whatever long-term residents. So, see, this is one thing that, again, it's sort of like if you were to think, how much should the EU give for mental health care in the Netherlands? Versus how much should the Dutch government give for mental health care in the Netherlands? It's that sort of thing here. And that's some of the stuff where I and Reagan agree is now we may disagree on other things, but is that the federal government should not be spending money on healthcare institutions unless somehow it's directly related to the federal government, like the Defense Department. It should be California should be funding however much the government should fund, and that's another debate. And I do think it should be something. It's not zero. I don't know how much. I don't have the information to tell you what it should be as a percent or as an absolute value. I just don't have that to look into it. But it should be the states funding it. And if the state of California finds whether we want to just call them a crazy person, and sometimes that fits the term, or just somebody who, needs mental health care of whatever level, and they find out, oh, you showed up in California 6 months ago? Where are you from? South Carolina? Okay. Here's an airplane ticket or a bus ticket or whatever back to South Carolina. Because this person is a recent, state citizenship used to really, before the American Civil War, used to really be a thing. And it shouldn't be something like becoming an American citizen or a Dutch citizen, but you should have, well, minimum 5 years, but I think more like 10 years of residency in the state. Not necessarily to get a state ID, but to actually be sort of a citizen of the state, that the state is responsible for you, like if you lose your job. I'm in the process of moving to Arizona, but I'm financially secure, so it's not going to be a burden on the state of Arizona. But let's say if I move there for a job, but either the job doesn't work out in 3 months, or I just moved there and hope to find a job, and then want to go on to, welfare because I don't have a job. To me, once you start asking the local government for money, and they can make the decision, and they can talk to this, negotiate this with the state of California and the other state. What do we do with Californians who want to come on welfare? Do you want us to send them back to California, Or do you want to maybe trade? So let's say we have 1,000 Arizonans in California, and you have 1,000 Californians in Arizona. Vice versa. So if we trade and we keep the numbers basically the same, okay, so we're not overburdening either of us, or oh hey, do you just want to give us the money for these Californians that are living in Arizona because maybe they'll get a job here, and once they do, you can take them off. Because I do think that your home state, until you've lived and worked long enough in a state, then when things go wrong, then that state, you're a burden on that state because you had been part of the community there long enough and presumably positively contributing to it. So this is where particularly the Democrats always want to go to the federal government because they believe, well, might as well fund it across all the United States, all equally, all the same, when there's different conditions, different things, we can go into it. But so again, I believe zero United States government money. Now it could be, like I say, state money, city money, county money, all of that kind of stuff can be applied towards mental health care. But yeah, I forgot to say Dustborn, lefty game, important context. Yes. Okay. Oh, you're talking about Dustborn. Okay, I didn't quite get that. Yes. We just don't like to admit how similar to Americans most Canadians are. I do think you are quite similar. There are differences, but you are quite similar to us. If we don't, they should have been listened to during Cambodia and Vietnam. Absolutely, the killing fields and whatnot, that was bad. So yes, during the Cold War, I'm an interventionist anywhere and everywhere, basically. I mean, we could maybe find exceptions, but basically, post Cold War, when I'm looking at the American perspective and what America should do, not just because I have personal attachments or whatever to other countries, but from the American perspective, it's significant American interests. And then other considerations too, whether our side has a chance of winning or whatever. But I'm still an interventionist when and where appropriate. It would be like when Saudi Arabia, I don't know how much they're still fighting the Houthis in Yemen. I know they used to be. I don't think America should be involved in the Houthi problem. But once those Houthis are shooting missiles at ships, whether they're American ships or ships carrying American goods or just international trade, oh, well, now you fucking messed with us, because we, America, part of our national interest is freedom of major sea lanes, and the Red Sea, even though it gets really narrow there, is still a major sea lane. So fuck yeah. Now, should we put in a division, an airborne division? Well, maybe for a few weeks or a few months to go teach them, don't shoot at ships. And that means teaching them by killing lots of the Houthis. But then once that's done, come home. Not try to rebuild Yemen into a democracy or some crap like that. So, yeah, maybe put in an airborne division. Or maybe just do a lot of airstrikes. I don't know. I mean, I would have to start, properly looking at the situation and the assets and whatnot. But I would be teaching the Houthi, you don't mess with those big ships sailing by. You leave them alone. You can have your wars, you can do your shit, but leave the ships alone. And if you go, well, why do you have to do the Red Sea? You're America. Because if you let the Red Sea go, and then the Persian Gulf goes, and then the Straits of Malacca, and then the this, and then the that, and then so you just go Red Sea opening, major sea lane. Persian Gulf opening, major sea lane. Straits of Malacca, major sea lane. Straits of Gibraltar, major sea lane. So like if Morocco was doing bullshit into the Straits of Gibraltar, yes, it's also a European problem, and maybe they have enough military power to deal with it themselves. And if I were in charge of America, I would make sure the Europeans actually did it by using, real diplomatic pressure. I don't mean just a speech. I mean like, hey, we're going to put tariffs on European goods coming to America if you don't go beat up Morocco, because America, yeah, can, but we don't need to go everywhere and do it every place, and that's in your backyard. So certain major sea straits around the world, it is America's vital interest that they continue to be open. And so yes, when the Houthi make it our problem, we should be intervening in Houthi in one way or another. But like I say, we don't need to rebuild the Yemen into some democracy Western. No, you just go in there, you kill a bunch of the bad guys, hopefully kill a few of the not, just the average citizens, and then get out. As a punishment raid. Um, so yes, sadly, they're driving us towards federal Europe. Yes, you are right, Sev82. That is my point about the EU. The EU has in its name European Union. Union is functionally the same word as united. So like the United Kingdom, the United States, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the union word in all of those, united or union, are all same functionally. So it is in the name. It is not the European Confederation. It is not the European Federation. It is not the European free trade zone. They've put in the damn name, the label on the tin is European Union. If you fucking Europeans aren't smart enough to realize what's on the name of the product that you're joining up for, I'm sorry, guys. You're heading towards now won't look exactly like the United States, but it'll be that kind of thing. States should take care of health, education, abortion, social issues in general. Yes, folk. Yeah, that's exactly my point. And so when people will maybe attack Reagan for cutting federal spending on health care, well, fine, because that's federal spending. That doesn't mean that either Reagan or I think they should spend more or less or whatever on mental health care. It's just the federal government shouldn't be doing it. EU wasn't good to begin with. Killing borders, remove competition between European populations. Yeah, Ragar, those are real points. Totally unnecessary intervention in Bosnia and Kosovo, especially by the Americans. I can see that could be a local European crisis situation, and that the Cold War was going down. Now the EU is like inner market with small trading. Yeah, okay, similar trading regulations. Yes, some pretty rough war crimes were committed there in Yugoslavia, but it wasn't particularly. Yes, exactly. And yes, U.S. is part of NATO. I don't know. I mean, because I remember watching it. Hell, I was sitting down in Italy for part of the breakup of there, while the Slovenia and Croatia were fighting for their independence. Won't go into beyond that basic statement, but yes, and I don't know whether it was a lack of political will or lack, and I do know some of the airstrikes were being done by other NATO nations. It just really wasn't, because it was not really a case of a NATO nation like Italy or something being attacked and we were coming to its defense. It really should have been more just of a European problem. Well, we're not America. Oh, well, I know you're not, and you don't need to be America. During the Iron Curtain era, Poles spend massive efforts to have decent science and research because they try hard not to fall behind the Czechs who had excellent education. Yes, national pride was helping tech research. Yes. How do I put this? Every nation doesn't need to invent the next toaster or whatever it is. Do their own independent research that gets them whatever the next toaster, the next little technological achievement. And so I'm not saying a particular research lab here or there shouldn't exist, but every nation shouldn't be researching the cure for cancer. God, I want the cure for cancer to happen, but that would be wasted and duplicate research. And I'm talking independently. Not now different. Whether it's medical or other things, different nations should pick different focuses. Different nations should, coordinate some of this stuff. But yes, at certain levels, things should be competitive. Because that comes back to at least a level of, and I still agree with this ideology, a level of markets and competitiveness. And part of what is good is to have different groups try to do the same type of thing independently of each other so that they can be examined to see what is working and what is not working, including research. And so, to have each European country, like I say, try to have an anti-cancer program and all keep it all secret to themselves, that'd be a bad thing to do. But to have 2 or 3 major programs that are largely, can be because they may be trying to do patents or other sort of economic benefits out of it. And they periodically publish some, research papers. I'm not saying zero funding or zero trading of information. But yeah, there might be several major labs in Europe or major groups of labs or whatever, and several or different ones in America and different, that they're all sort of competing and all sort of trying and all sort of working for motives to have instead of just one, universal program. So a competitive nature between different nations at different levels. And yeah, some nations should give up on things. I don't know, let's say Poland should just go, we aren't making any cars or trucks. No, we'll buy whether it's Italian, German, or American, or Russian, or Chinese, or British cars, or whatever, and trucks. We're just not going to do, and because there's multiple sources, Japanese, Chinese, American, German cars, they're competing against each other. So no one single source can either keep cars from coming up here or set price limits or whatever, so yeah, we just won't make cars and trucks, but maybe we'll make tractors, and we'll try to produce some of the best tractors in the world, and we'll compete on the world market for tractors. But screw any other automotive endeavors, and focus in for a nation like Poland. It's at best medium-sized nation. Not trying to degrade it here, but go. That's what we're going to do, because not every country needs its own car industry because world competition, etc. But we'll do tractors, or whatever it may be, and there can be these kind of things. Now you get big enough nations like the U.S. that we need to do it all. We need to have everything here. We need to have tractors, trucks, passenger cars, motorcycles, everything, and we're doing it all. But it may, in fact, sort of like if we look at the United States as 50 countries, that's just a few states that are making cars, like 10 or less, because there's not a car manufacturer in every state. So yeah, and so that's that kind of thing that competitiveness does promote things. Well, guys, I've been at this for 4 hours. It's been fun. I know we've gotten only a few turns in, but I hope it's been fun to watch and hang out. And oh, hey, Paul, how you doing? I'm going to quickly catch up here. We are experts in wind energy, pharma energy, small satellite technology, drones, Lego, and more. Sort of national pride, yes. The most painful of landmines known to mankind comes from Denmark. Lego. But yes. So I don't know. Are you guys building Elon Musk's satellites or something that he's putting up there? I don't know, because he's put up. I think think I heard something like half of all the satellites in orbit now are put up and owned by Elon Musk. Something like that, because he's put up a huge number. So yes, thanks Elizabeth. You everyone, Ragar, Beam Slam, Paul who just showed up. Not sure, but NASA. Yeah, well, NASA is an old decaying group. Folk, thanks for being here. Sev82, just scrolling up, make sure I try to remember everybody, acknowledge everybody who's been here. Ragar, Jamnuska, thank you all for hanging out with me on this Saturday morning, for me at least. MNDB, thank you all for being here. I will be back tomorrow with less ranting, but also War Thunder, which is just driving me a little more focused on playing the game. But yes, so show up tomorrow for that if you like. So thanks everyone. See you soon, I hope.